Review the Developer Digital Homicide 7. This is the third in a list of 7, in a list of 3 videos this week that included the number 7. So, lucky number 7 for everybody. How you guys doing today? How you doing, chat? Seeing some new faces, some old ones, and some regulars. We got Wolfcoder and Slayer Cone Zero, Z1RO, Amir, NBC Company X, Aruba Spark. Let's see who else we got here. Lovely Kete is in here with us and in the stream as well. Sanji, Player Star 93. Let's see who else we got. Joshua Maddock. Hello to all of you. Welcome aboard. Hello, Not Real. Welcome to the stream. Yes. This, ladies and germs, is where it all started. This is the slaughtering grounds. And for those of you who are disinterested, the Slaughtering Grounds actually was the very first game that they managed to get on Steam. We're going to go into some other stuff, but first, I've got some. I should probably go about introducing my guests. We have first SidAlpha.
Hello, boys and girls. Glad to be here.
All right, and of course we have our lead moderator, Lovely Kete, and she's going to be working with you guys in the chat to let us know when we have anything that's really super pertinent. So we're gonna do this.
Hello, everybody.
John Conquest, a flying brick. Marlionama and Matt Hudson, welcome to the stream. Oh, so yeah, here in the last couple of days, Digital Homicide has gone to the trouble of blowing up the internet with yet another ridiculous lawsuit, followed by a bunch of other rude and obnoxious stuff. Actually, let me turn that up so that we can all hear Sid. And we'll turn this down a little bit. Yep, there was the Digital Homicide at one point had actually released the OST for this game. Interesting. I wonder why. Not much of an OST, if you ask me. It's just this one tune. Dr. GLaDOS, welcome to the stream. All right, so let's get this thing. Yeah, I'm working on the whole turning music thing down. Actually, I'm probably just gonna kill it here in a minute. I think it was good enough. I think we had enough of it. Yeah, let me go ahead. Well, I can't kill the sound completely, but I can definitely mute the music. All right. All right. We'll just shut that off. I think everybody has seen enough footage of the Slaughtering Grounds itself to know what the hell is actually going on. And actually, I'm going to shut that down anyway, since we're actually underway. And that was... And it's so thoroughly horrible that it's so horribly optimized and set up that without my fans, or without the fans that are usually on here, that I usually have turned on for this, it actually managed to heat my machine almost to 100 degrees C, and that could have been bad. So we're going to do that. Yeah, we're not going to play it. No, I won't subject you to that. But I thought I might take a poke. I thought I might poke at it a little bit here. Rumor has it that you're John Doe 36. Well, welcome to the pile there, John. I'm pretty sure Sid and I are going to be on that pile here too. If we're not already, we will be after this. So I don't know if who they've served. who they've worked with there yet. Dr. Furs, welcome to the stream, and Leafy Fan. So, actually, yeah, we did drop about 10 seconds worth, a little over 10 seconds worth of. It's because my computer was being silly and trying to overheat. Yeah, it's in enough places. They'll be watching it by now. Oh, really? That's gonna be. Oh, really? Good show, Dr. Gladys. That'd actually be good. Okay, so as we all know, the first time Digital Homicide came to anybody's attention was when Jim Sterling did a Squirty Play / Jim Impressions, which is a strictly first impressions thing on the slaughtering grounds, which James and Robert apparently took to mean that this was a huge deal. It was a complete review, and Jim saying their game is absolutely 110% up for worst game of 2013 or 2014. Was absolutely unconscionable, and then decided they were going to review the reviewer. Well, I decided when I finally got around to doing this, quite some time later, it was actually after Jim Sterling was sued, I decided that Digital Homicide might be onto something in terms of naming things. So when I launched on them, it was Review the Developer, which is actually hilarious. Okay, so let's have a look-see, shall we? This is our thumbnail today. Compliments of lovely Kitty. Do not go gently unto that good night. Rage against the dying of the light. Dylan Thomas, lovely man. All right. So, Sid, any comments at this point? Hit 3 statements.
Not yet.
How did you get involved in the middle of this guy?
Yeah, for those of you who aren't aware, when I got involved, I was actually one of the early people who picked up on the Digital Homicide lawsuit of Jim Sterling, and I posted a news piece about that as well, which got fairly decent amount of attention. And because of that, I made the very, very possibly foolish idea, to take it upon myself to take a second look at Digital Homicide's games through a more objective set of eyes, because of all the bad blood that had gone on over the course of the past year plus with between Jim and Digital Homicide. That I thought maybe he might be a little hypercritical of their games. So I thought I would, try and give them a fair shake, because I have an overdeveloped sense of fair play. And that apparently was a very, very, very bad idea on my part, because as I've stated in multiple videos, that not only was Jim very much correct in his estimation of those games, he was actually being very kind to them in the process.
Yes, he was being incredibly polite.
Because I know that Jim Sterling understands that as a larger YouTuber, he does have a certain amount of weight that he's capable of throwing around, and because of that, I think he was taking that into consideration when he was reviewing their games, and not being as spiteful as he probably could have been over their actions and the state of their games. And through the course of that, we found a lot of different things, like reskinning games and then reselling them as completely separate titles, outright just asset flipping or project reutilization.
Project flipping, I like to call that. I like to call that project flipping. You take one of your own Unity projects and you throw new assets on top of it and call it a new game. That's you just flipped your own project.
Which is basically just a straight up reskin and then re-release as a completely separate title. Minimum possible efforts is basically the par for the course for Digital Homicide. I know in some ways you could even hear in the soundtracks of the games them talking in the background, and just all sorts of nonsense there. And then recently, Thursday nights, I came home from work and found a comment on one of my Digital Homicide videos saying, "Hey, I got messaged this," and posted a link to a website that deals a lot with legal documentation, especially in Arizona, because Arizona actually farms out its public domain information to a private company, so they charge money for it. And so I decided, you know what? I'm gonna foot the bill, take a look at this, see what it is, and the rest, probably most of you know. It's, obviously a lawsuit involving 100 Steam users. It could go up from there. Who knows? Very much up in the air, and definitely James Romine is definitely very serious about this.
Oh yeah, as we have discovered since then, it's actually going to get a lot worse than that. Believe it or not.
Well, it has the potential to. The main crux of the matter here is, first off, he's not going to get any headway whatsoever unless they can force Valve to submit to the subpoena.
Which I find unlikely.
Without
Valve has
that,
lawyers. Valve has lots
yeah,
of lawyers. They have a whole department full of them.
and I see people are commenting about the additional documentation. I will be updating that Google Drive with the additional documents that I have. More complete sets of the legal documents have been released. I'm going to upload those, as well as some additional paperwork that came out on Friday.
All right.
So I'm going to be definitely maintaining that Google Doc, so it'll be a one-stop place for any of the legal documentation. That way nobody else has to go and pay for this stuff. I'm already doing it, and it's going to be, of course, completely unedited. It's just going to be transferred straight over, so anyone who wants to can view it. And that's the important thing. That was the intent of my video to begin with, was to get the information out there for the people that were named in this lawsuit, so they could start seeking protection and have more lead time.
And at this point,
because last thing I would want is for these guys to get caught by surprise.
Not long before you put that video up, I think you were just about to start recording that video when you got hold of me, and that led, of course, to this stream. I've been the last couple of days gathering what information I could, and then reading through everything to make sure I understand as much of it as I possibly can. Be aware, however, that we are not lawyers. Nobody in here is.
Most definitely not. I have a very hard time with legalese.
Well, James and Robert do too. James does too. So we're actually going to be okay with that.
Apparently.
They do make some specific case references that we will get into. Kete is currently operating in a second capacity as kind of semi-legal clerk. She's going to go hunt down any of the references for anything we need. Somebody's already dropped a dislike on the stream here, apparently.
That's fine. I've had a few dislikes on my video. It's probably because people think I'm ugly or don't like the fact that I shave my facial hair down. It happens.
See, I don't actually. See, here's the thing. I pay attention to the like-dislike ratio only insofar as I know kind of what the majority is actually liking about some things. I don't actually take dislikes personally. I refuse to. I get enough shit as it is.
No, I usually take the like-dislike just as anyone else should. It's more of a directional guidepost for anything else, because the subscriber base that I have so far, they've kept me pretty on task if I've started to drift too far from the back.
Yeah.
It means my video has over 1,000 likes and less than 100 dislikes. I think I did okay.
Okay, and I know I have at least one person I have one person handy here in the chat that has actually been, I'm pretty sure he was named in the suit. Let me just check that real quick. So we may actually be able to get some commentary from that. Let's see. Well, nope. That one was not named. So if there is somebody that's actually been that's actually listed as part of the suit that is not on my friends list for Steam, please add me and send me a message. We can get you. We will get you joined in here in a little while, and we will sit and we will talk about kind of what your take is on this whole mess. That would be an outstanding thing. If you guys have not already, don't forget to do the weird like, subscribe, comment thing down at the bottom. Okay, like, subscribe, or at least the whole like and subscribe thing. I know some people are already doing this. All right, so let's have a look. We've got a Mm, okay, so let's have a look at the list. Jane/John Doe 1, a Steam user. Demon Sword. Demon Sword has been a friend of the channel for a long time. That started after I reviewed his. That's after I reviewed his Cycle of Turfing and did some live gameplay on it. That was actually kind of fun. And then he actually had his own review of the developer, in which he came on and actually, stopped and had a chat with us, which was very enjoyable. We've done that a few more times since. Review the developer is not necessarily about just bad devs. Review the developer can be devs coming in to talk about their process or doing whatever. And of course, James and Robert are certainly welcome to contact me at any time, and they can come into the chat and we'll talk to them about it. We are certainly willing to do that.
I've had an open invitation to them as well. They've so far remained fairly silent on my channel, which is a little bit surprising considering. But I know Demon Sword, I actually do have a review code for Cycle of Turfing as well. I've actually held off on doing a review on that because I know he was retooling it, and I didn't think it would be representative of the game naturally, so I haven't done anything with it yet. He did send me an email, Demon Sword did, so we do know that he's very much aware of this going on now. And he released a statement to me that I'll probably be handling here. It's a fairly lengthy statement, so I might be having to handle that in a separate video.
Well, no, we have time to do that. We don't exactly have a strong time limit. So, all right, let's see. Nathos, Michu Jones. Michu Jones is one of my favorite characters. One of a number of characters that I really do like running around on Steam. JDude330 hashtag Hey is back, and he actually changes the end of that on a fairly regular basis. Toon Blux, don't know him very well. Brandino's a cool dude. I've run into him a few times. Ghana, don't know Ghana quite as much. I've been talking to John 144 the last couple of days. Let's see. I think I've been talking to John 144. HGI has actually sent me a few games to work on. And we chat we also chat occasionally. Carl Pilkington, not somebody I know well. Drakmore just sent me a friend request, so he is in the stream. Hey, it's Carl! How you doing, Carl? Welcome to the stream. And apparently Toon Blux changes his deck on a fairly regular basis, so... Yep. Hey, if you want to drop in, be one of the drop-ins a little later to talk about your take on it, Carl, drop me a friend request on Steam. The link is down below. And
wow, I actually just got word just now on a comment on my video that Yahoo is featuring this news piece now.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. Oh, yeah, Carl, send me a friend request on Steam real quick, and we'll we'll have you in later to talk about it if you're up for that. Carl is one of the names. So was Drakmore, and Drakmore will get an invite here in a while. Okay, I've got two others. Let me just move Steam off to the side since I don't actually need it at this point. Okay, one of those and one of those. Alright, so let's do that. We have already looked at this, and we're gonna kind of increase the size of that so that we can all get a good look. Alright, so here are the charges. Under 1391 and 1332 of Section 28. Diversity, criminal harassment, criminal damage, stalking, and defamation. This class is not related to another case. Well, okay. Dollar demand, $17,967,500. And when we look later, we will see some other fun and amusing things when they do their prayer for relief, which is going to be hilarious. All right, there you are, Carl. Drakmore and Carl, drop me a message into Steam, and I will get you a link for when we pull some other people in. Okay, let's see what we got. Jurisdiction and venue. He is a resident of the state of Arizona, a citizen of the United States. This is a fact. This is not in question. The defendants, John Doe's 1 through 100, are not known by name to the plaintiff, and is yet undetermined, are from undetermined locations. Well, okay, fine. Yes, they don't want to do a jury trial because the jury might actually not. A jury might not actually be particularly friendly in this particular case.
Yeah, one of those things where he's going to try and limit this down to as much as possible, because if the wider the net is cast, which a jury trial very much would be, then the chances of his success plummet drastically.
Oh, yeah. Unless his lawyer is actually competent. Oh, wait! He is his lawyer. Oh, well, screw that then. Definitely don't want a jury trial in those circumstances.
No, any halfway competent attorney would be able to pick him apart if he doesn't have legal representation himself.
Okay, apparently I don't have as many moderators as I might like. This is about the busiest the chat's ever been, so. And actually, believe it or not, it's not 18 grand for everybody that annoys them. It's 18 million for the first 11. Just the named ones.
Yes.
Just the ones that are named. We're going to go into that in a little more detail as we get farther down here. We got 50 some odd pages worth of this shit. Let's see. The court has diversity and subject matter jurisdiction over this action under blah. 28 U.S. United States Code, Section 1332. Really wish it had been 1337 because that would have been elite. Did I just make that joke, Sid? I did. I just made that joke. The defendants are of unknown and diverse locations, and the amount in controversy exceeds the sum of $75,000 per section. Okay, then. Venue is proper under 28 U.S.C. 1391. All the defendants' actions being taken in a wide variety of locations, culminating in a directed and continual attack on the plaintiff within the state of Arizona. You have to prove that we're actually attacking you and not the shit you were peddling. That's the start.
Well, any reference to the Romines directly could be construed as an attack against them, not their company, at least in his eyes. He would have to prove that, of course, but with his trying to try, there's a reason why they're trying to try this and get this tried in Arizona. It's the same as the reason why they forced so hard to get the Jim Sterling lawsuit tried in Arizona, is because Arizona has the most strict slander and defamation laws out of any other state in the country. And
yeah, it's like suing for copyright in East Texas.
Right. Yeah, so even their living in Arizona is coincidental. They actually had to use Jim Sterling's Patreon to be able to prove that they could try it in Arizona, and they're using a similar basis here to be able to get this tried in the same state for the same reasons, because that state is the most strict.
Let's see. At least two defendants are direct competitors to the plaintiff, as in they also make games to sell on Steam, and sell products with regular and systematic frequency within the state of Arizona's personal jurisdiction. within the state of Arizona, no period there. Personal jurisdiction also applies, and action can be brought upon the entire party within this venue per sections B2 and B3. Well, yippee, you're actually missing the point here. And that's not to say anything about the full stop that you missed at the end of the word Arizona. Let's see. All defendants not resident in the United States may be sued in any judicial district. This is actually fact. We checked that. Jurisdiction and venue was applied as in sections B2 and B3. Proper foreign service rules will be applied as discovered by subpoena, and this section appropriately amended with related details. If you are in another country, if you are not subject, or if you are not a citizen of the United States, you can still be sued. Whether or not
that is very much a thing.
Okay, it's like that law that Obama recently vetoed that allows people to sue Saudi Arabia as a state, as a distinct entity. Yes, Richard. I think I will do that. There you go. All set. Go for it, Richard. All right. Okay, jurisdiction, minimum contacts, International Shoe Company versus Washington, and gives a reference to a case from 1945. States any defendant that sells merchandise which that defendant profits from in the state of Arizona through online sales. What? These defendants create minimum contact requirements.
That's a copy paste from his documentation from the Jim Sterling lawsuit.
Yeah, well, it's just as valid here as it was there, and Jim's lawyers found so many holes in that in their filing that there was just no they had a hard time figuring out where to put all the wedges. It was that bad. And you see, the thing is, this statement is not really true, because in 1945, online sales were not a thing. Okay.
Well, also he's including this basically for Demon Sword because he sees Demon Sword as a direct competitor as the A Games developer, and so if anyone in Arizona bought Cycle of Terrafane, that would give legal justification for him to try this in Arizona.
Well, they bought a T-shirt from Jim Sterling, marked Jim Sterling's son.
Yep.
Just for the purposes of proving that they had jurisdiction. You know, just because I can have something shipped to Arizona, and I may actually not. If I ever get around to the idea of like merchandise, I may actually restrict the state of Arizona, just for this reason. Let's see, jurisdiction harassment. This is a new one. Harassment offenses can either be charged with the location they were performed or the location they were received. Again, folks, offense is never offered; it is always taken. So this is kind of iffy. It also depends on the strict definition of harassment, and they make no citation for this. The defendants are from different states, and through diversity in this statute, what statute? You didn't mention the statute. The U.S. District Court of Arizona has personal jurisdiction. Bullshit. You don't actually have. You didn't cite a section here. Jurisdiction stalking. We're stalking them, folks. We are stalking them. Yeah, don't. We're gonna cover that here in just a little bit, Carl. We're actually going to talk about James's response to Valve in a little bit. The defendants are from different states. Yeah, blah 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 blah. Okay. Stalking offenses. It's essentially a word-for-word retread. Let's see. Jurisdiction, criminal damage. So they're trying to sue for criminal damages on top of everything else. Per Arizona statute 13-1602, which really wouldn't apply, would be, you'd have a hard time applying that in Arizona. This is in a federal court. They went to a federal court for this, not a state court. So already already there's something wrong here. Defacing or property damage of another person, tampering with the property of another person to impair its function or value after repeated requests to stop these actions with damage in excess of $10,000 by many times. This is a Class 4 felony. The plaintiff asserts the defendant's actions have been repeated and aggressive for over a year without any respect to the plaintiff's well-being. The plaintiff further asserts aggravated circumstances should apply. Now, that being said, you don't take that into a civil. You don't take that into a civil court. You take that to the police. Don't bitch at the civil court, because the civil court cannot. They can recommend criminal charges, but they cannot pass judgment on criminal charges. Jurisdiction criminal impersonation. The harassment group Digital Homicide's Poop Games, now changed to Trashware, has imitated the plaintiff's company, bringing direct damage upon the plaintiff in the eyes of the public, the distributor, and the plaintiff's peers. Unfortunately, that's not true. That's actually completely false. You guys did this to yourselves. Really. If you guys hadn't flipped the fuck out over Jim Sterling originally, you probably never would have come to the attention of anyone. Let alone anybody that would put together a Steam group called Digital Homicides. You're still you're talking about a criminal offense. You take that to the police. You don't take that to a criminal court or to a civil court, because it's not going to work. They brought the damage on themselves by publishing shovelware, in essence. Actually, it's not even really qualified as shovelware, most of it. It's just continued project flips and other bullshit things. Usage portrays to the public that the plaintiff supports harassments of others who are the plaintiff's peers, which is the action the defendants perform upon other developers on the distributor's greenlight submission system. See attachment 1, which was spread over 145,000 user Twitter channels, stating that the plaintiff was suing his own group, the harassment group, when that is not the plaintiff's group. The plaintiff actually has the better part of a dozen Steam groups. Sid?
Yeah, I've got nothing to say to that. I haven't done any research into any of the Steam groups that they've created or handled over the past year or so.
Yeah, the Digital Homicide Network. Okay, this thing is part of the Digital Homicide Network. Let's have a look at some of these, or at least one. We're gonna poke our noses into just one as soon as I find it. There we go. Digital Homicide Game Central, and now I'm just gonna move this right over here. You have 36,000 some odd members online. 13,349 of those are currently playing games out of 137,363 members. I am a member of this group. Why? Because I want to keep an eye on what they're doing. We are Digital Homicide Game Central, part of the Digital Homicide Network. I think FPS Fans and a few others are all part of this. I have direct access to a number of these games. I do have a copy of the first 4, but not these last 2. They didn't actually make it onto itch.io. Okay. And as you can see, these are completely
Hope you mean your versus the millennials.
RIP Digital Homicide. Free $1 CSGO Polygon.com code. There we go. You can get. They don't even bother to. They don't even bother to do these things. Okay. And there is. This is the other reason. They have a whole list of the games that they published on Steam. Because, of course, let's just click one at random here. What I haven't covered. Please note that this is the discussions and shite. And there is no clicky for a store page. Yet if I do this and pick up and pick out a game, an actual game, here we go. This one. Actually, that one won't have one either. Let's do. Okay, we'll do this one. Okay, you click on there. And wait for wait for Steam to do its thing. Everyone born after well, no, I think it's actually 85. 85 to 90.
85.
Yeah, it's 85. Okay, there's the store page. And in fact, if I do that, if I zip back here real quick and go to the discussions, which is actually where that is, so click on all. That was where the last one was. See, it has store page. And this game hasn't even been released yet. I'm actually going to cover this in I'm going to do some coverage of this on Squirrel Play Live tomorrow. That'll be fun. It's actually got a really neat sense of humor. So yeah, all of their games to date have been, how they call that, removed, and that was something Valve did yesterday. Okay, click the store page here.
Oh, actually, I believe it was on Friday.
Actually, it was Friday. You are correct. It was Friday. My bad. So we're gonna. Yep. You see, if you click store page, it goes right to the front page. All right. So yeah, they have a whole network of little groups running around on Steam, and they don't bother to moderate those, but they'll moderate the hell out of their games. Go figure. They sue people. They destroy posts and censor our free speech. Okay, here is the plaintiff, and we're just going to zip past here so that well, you guys will get the address off the thing anyway. It's public knowledge, but it doesn't mean I have to actually show it. I'm not going to try not to do that as much as possible.
Yeah, us deliberately disclosing personal information, even if it is a matter of public domain, could be construed as harassment. So,
doxing, specifically as doxing. All right. Let's see. The defendants, Jane/John Doe's 1 through 11, and possible competitor Jane/John Doe's 12 through 100 at this time are not known to be U.S. persons and must be determined by subpoena of information to Steam/Valve's PC game distribution service. Okay, so this is the thing that actually got them booted, and we have a direct quote from the nice man over at Valve. Made such a statement. They were being hostile to the users and therefore had to go.
Yep. But also the same at the same time, the level of information that they're attempting to subpoena from Valve was ridiculous. Now I can understand real name and address. Yes. And phone number if available. I can understand that for the purpose of discovery and being able to contact to be able to serve documentation. In addition to that, they were also demanding IP addresses, computer names, logon times, length of time playing games, what games were being played while they were online. Basically, everything that would you would be able to determine a pattern of behavior based on a person's online actions, and that's scary for a lot of different reasons. Most of them because you would be able to paint a picture of when a person is at home, when they're not at home, and everything like that, and that would cause a lot of disquiet for a lot of people. Valve. So it'll be interesting to see what Valve does with this. I think it's a pretty safe bet that Valve will probably fight this, and given the Romine's current lack of attorney versus the large corporate power that is Valve, I doubt this will go very far.
Well, it probably won't.
But the level of request there is frightening.
Yeah, actually, it is completely terrifying. Getting people's IP addresses, you can't necessarily get anything from the IP addresses, but you can establish, you can get a rough geographical area. Unless, of course, you use proxies to get onto Steam, and Steam takes a very dim view of that. But yeah, no, there's a whole pile of stuff going on here that is way on the not kosher side. Computer names, those can be changed at random, and if they do get these, I suggest you change them quickly. I already have one.
Well, some of that, like the computer name, what purpose would that even serve?
Because it can be set by the user at any time. I mean, what the name of the computer is on the network is absolutely irrelevant to almost anything. They do collect that information because it's actually required for family sharing. But other than that, there's really nothing you can do there. 37,000 Carl Pelkingtons on Steam. That's fucking hilarious. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't really help them that their bots, that a large part of the membership of their groups is bots. But hey, bots, whatever. Okay. Are under discovery via subpoena for proper service of all parties after the initial case amendment and or refiling. If subpoenas get quashed, they can refile for another subpoena.
Yep.
Does it bother them that the fact that there is one of these persons is also a developer?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Scroll up.
Okay, let me see if I've got that right. It actually does not bother Digital Homicide that people are, that some of these people are going to be other developers. In fact, they're hoping for it because that means that they think they have a stronger claim.
Yeah, which is
that's what I said.
Yeah, which is why they are targeting Demon Sword specifically, as they see him as a direct competitor, and that in Romine's mind, this probably counts as some form of corporate espionage or some such nonsense.
Okay, this actually gets better since Demon Sword doesn't make the same type of games they do. Not one of the games that they have made thus far is actually been comparable to either Super Spring Ninja, which Demon Sword is currently working on, or Cycle of Tearping / Tearping Cycle. So that's just gonna be a thing. They're not working in the same genres. They're not even working in the same price range, if we're being honest. Demon Sword actually gives a flying rat's ass about these games, and and we can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Demon Sword makes an effort when he does his games in terms of both mechanics, art, and everything else. Digital Homicide doesn't do that. So really, they don't even work in the same circles as far as that goes. Let's see. Only competitor data is being requested by subpoena except those who have special interest in the harassment group as shown below to determine which individuals within the harassment group, other than those names, are harassing, stalking, causing criminal damage, and interfering with the business of the plaintiff. Well, okay. That means anybody that's ever filed a review there, Mr. Romine. And I know I've filed a few reviews. I've talked about you guys several times. This is the 8th time I've had to talk to you folks. The first one, of course, was was the very first one was the incident in which I sat down and discussed your other lawsuit, the one against Sterling. Sid?
Yeah, I've reviewed the vast majority of their games in some form or another, and yeah, to be honest, it would not surprise me at all if one or both of us weren't on that list, currently unnamed list of people.
You know what? I'm gonna be fair and suggest that we probably both will be. If we're not now, we most certainly will be by the time this ends. Just because we have the unmitigated gall to
You can
action.
see the worry etched on my face.
Well, actually, I can't. I'm not looking at the Hangout currently. Let's see, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm not worried about him either. Let's see. Where was I? Which individuals within the harassment group, other than those names, are harassing, stalking, causing criminal, interfering with the business display. John Doe's profiles on the Steam distribution system here forward. It should be hereafter, I think. Referred to as the distributor, currently listed as blah 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 blah, and gives some profiles and links to the profiles. Toon Blocks, also known as Dwarf Ninjas, Brandino, Ghana. We got links for all these guys. Hey, right on. HGI is a horrible person. Well, hey, if he wants to say that of himself. Carl Pilkington, also known as, let's see, Drokan, factual allegations. Okay, here are the factual allegations. All defendants here are and have been involved in continual and repeated attacks upon the plaintiff by name and association repeatedly from 1 month to 21 months. Some continue even past this initial complaints writing process. These attacks include, but are not limited to, repeated anonymous harassment posting from between 10 to more than 2,000 times per defendant for a combined effort of over 20,000 postings on the distributors community and the plaintiff's store page, forums, Reddit, YouTube, Ask.fm, Discus, and many other locations. Which means they're also going to be going after Redditors, YouTubers, and other such creatures.
Which I have to say, 20,000 times, guys. Well done, really. That's impressive.
Actually, I was thinking that number would be much higher than that. Believe it or not.
Well, I was thinking if they were stating this for the first 11 and it was 20,000 times, I would be exceptionally impressed with that.
Yeah, it says all defendants. So they're talking about
the 100.
Okay, yeah, they're talking about the whole 100. Repeated direct usage of the plaintiff's good name, trade names, MicroStrategic Designs, Victory Games et al., which are sole proprietor, further just creates a direct link for self-representation in this case. See, here's the problem, James. You sued as a person rather than suing as Digital Homicide LLC. Therefore, you are going to have a major problem when you get down to brass tacks. Also, why didn't you sue Valve for insisting that you stop using repeated trade names? Did you register those trade names? I'm inclined to think that perhaps you didn't.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, because he's labeling this under personal attacks and all of that, when the vast majority of criticism is leveraged against the company and its products, not the people themselves. And it is an LLC. Now, you have to remember, a lot of people incorporate as LLCs to protect themselves in case their business goes belly up. That way, none of their personal assets are on the line. But also at the same time, it separates the individual from the business.
Right.
Which means any attacks on the business cannot be construed as an attack on the person.
Exactly correct. This is another thing that Jim's lawyers came up with when it comes down to the case for dismissal. And yes, please note that ECC Games is not listed here. They are a Polish developer of mobile games. And Digital Homicide switched it to every click counts rather quickly. They did do business as ECC Games, whether or tried to do business as ECC Games, and whether or not they intended this or not is irrelevant. Whether
They probably just had no idea that ECC Games was already taken.
That's why you do an international search for trademarks. As a matter of fact, speaking of trademarks, this is funny. There is a band in the U.S. that has been referring to themselves as Digital Homicide for a great many years. And they felt it necessary on their Twitter to let people know that they are not associated with James and Robert Romine. They had to put it in their Twitter description. I'm guessing that's because they got abuse for this.
Oh, I'm sure they probably got a great deal of abuse.
People got it wrong, and they had to say, hey, guys, time out. I don't know these fuckers.
We're not the same guys.
Yeah. It's not us. These postings wrongly accuse attack the plaintiff in a matter not limited to the below lettered items. Impersonation, false accusations of impersonation, false accusations of theft, which nobody has recently accused you of there, Mr. Man. And in fact, the one time you did get publicly called down for it, you provided a receipt to that individual, Jim Sterling, of all people, and Jim Sterling immediately printed a retraction. Right there in the article. Ooh. Conspiracy to vandalize and to destroy personal property. Well, great. Hilarious. Except that it's not your personal property, really. You've granted a license for other people to play your games. And therefore, if they play your games and say bad things about them, then that's on you. It's called freedom of speech, and the free expression of ideas. Also,
the company's an LLC. It's not your personal property anymore.
Yep,
it belongs to the company.
Yep, that's corporate property, literally. Continual criminal property damage for over a year. Well, okay, so what? You're still talking about what you sued Jim Sterling for, and and he's had to be quiet now for a long while. It was 2 years that they spent fighting with him, and then they shut him up. Bad plan, guys. Bad plan. Because it actually got me back into making YouTube videos, which led to this. Conspiracy to commit harassment. Citation needed. Harassment. No, not so much. We aren't harassing you, James. We're declaring that we have made the declaration that you're an asshole because your public behavior indicates such. Valve, like it or not, constitutes Valve's community, like it or not, constitutes something resembling a public space. Okay, the only people that can be used to arbitrate whether or not something is harassment is Valve. Conspiracy to commit cyberbullying. Well, that's great, except that you still have to prove the conspiracy. Cyberbullying, again, you have to prove that we're actually bullying you. We've been a lot of folks that have played your games have been horrifyingly critical of your games because they're either broken, mangled, retreaded, or otherwise just irritated. I mean, you put out a broken piece of software and then expect us not to take it on. All right. So
yeah, Chad does make a very good point. A great deal of these accusations are the same ones that the Romines leveraged against Jim Sterling as well. Basically, a fair amount of this document you will find is actually copy pasted from the court documents on that lawsuit.
Okay.
which again is not a surprise because it is just a legal version of asset flipping.
Yep. Taking advantage of the lack of moderation tools to commit harassment. Well, okay. So what? There are plenty of moderation. There are sufficient moderation tools available to you in your communities to make this thing work. Just because you don't have a dedicated person to figure out what the hell needs moderated is not my problem. It's not Demon Sword's problem. It's not Carl Pilkington's problem. Nothing. Circumventing moderation tools commit harassment by creating or using other accounts to continue attacking. Hey, Pot, meet Kettle. He's over there. I mean, what is up with that? How many bot accounts do you guys have? Answer: probably a lot. You guys were giving Greenlight a huge hassle originally by creating like 5 or 6 different names to try and publish things on, so that you didn't have to. So that not all of your games would be found if someone actually went looking. I mean, what's up with that shit? Angelus Rabinix over here says, I wonder if they bought the base for lawsuit pack from Unity too. That's kind of funny. Let's see. Formation of a hate group for the purpose of interference with business, product damage, and harassment. You cannot prove that. A hate group is you can't prove that. You would actually have to go into a criminal court to try and get this declared a hate group before you can even make that claim. Intentional tortious interference with contract with the purpose of financial damage, emotional damage, future personal interest, and personal entertainment. Again, citation needed. How did we interfere with any contract? I don't know that that's what happened, and I think this is actually going back to the thing that they mentioned in the Jim Sterling lawsuit, where they had to beg and plead to let Valve let them keep operating.
Well, it could be because Valve caught wind that they were dumping a bunch of reskins on Greenlight as separate games.
Oh, right, and then a whole bunch, and then they all got marked as incompatible. I wonder why that might have been. Let's see, intentional.
Of course, that's what happens when you post over 20 games in one day. It's bound to raise some. Was it 1 day? 2 days? 2 days.
No, it was actually just over a few hours. I watched it happen.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was just a few hours.
You post that many new titles
all at once? You like completely obliterate the front page? Yeah, someone's gonna set up take notice. Especially when you're dropping the good games down to page 3, 4, 5, depending on how many any of an individual's looking at, which can go from 9 to 30. Let's see. Intentional tortious interference with contract for unjust enrichment of those Jane/Doe who are competitors and future competitors. Please note these words.
Future competitors.
Future competitors. So people who aren't even competitors are being sued for being as competitors for unjust enrichment by destroying a competitor on the market. This includes both direct competitors in the market and defendants with profit from game art, YouTube, and Twitch channels. That includes both of us. Sid, already.
Yes, it certainly does.
Because we both use AdSense. And if you
with all of my digital homicide reviews combined, if you want to sue me for that $12, you're more than welcome to.
Hell, I haven't even made $12. Made about 4. Repeated belittling of the plaintiff in the eyes of the plaintiff's customers, peers, and business partners. Nope. This applies to harassment and stalking. Again, belittling you is not a thing. I can insult you all day, and it's not harassment. It's also not.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. A lot of these, because even that's not just us. That's also a lot of these people, even the vast majority of the people that have been named in this so far, a lot of it is reviewing to a certain extent on the Steam forums these games and the Digital Homicide company itself, which that is a criticism that is protected by a variety of U.S. laws.
Yes.
And
there is a rich
that's not,
tapestry of case law for that.
which I'm sorry that this is the main danger. This is the reason why I was so quick to get this video out to begin with, and because of this, because a lot of times I've always said on my channel that I'm here for I created my channel for consumer awareness, consumer protection, and to share my passion for video games. And usually I don't deviate from that. This is very much a deviation because of the potential down the road risk that it can pose, just like the same with the lawsuit with Jim Sterling, is very much, it would set a legal precedent for games developers to be able to silence critics very easily through legal process and be able to enrich themselves in doing so.
In the doing of that, yeah. And again, any good reviewer is in this for consumer advocacy. They're not in it for anything else. We're in it for you guys because we're in it for you guys because, quite frankly, you're the audience. You're not a product, as Gawker would like to think. You guys are the audience, and you're the people that we need to be helping you guys out, not whether or not we're being paid or not. I get almost nothing in terms of donations, and my AdSense revenue is shit. But you know what? I'm still doing it. I am still doing this. Why am I still doing this? Because you guys need to know things. We're here because the truth is actually important. Not a political agenda, not a defense of ourselves, none of that. The truth is itself a complete reason to do this. And in fact, in cases of defamation, the truth is also a complete defense.
Yep, you'll see that with the vast majority of YouTubers as well. Most of us don't ever get into this to get famous because the chances of actually becoming another larger YouTuber like Jim Sterling or Total Biscuit or Angry Joe
PewDiePie or any of those
is
almost none.
More than 1 in a million. And so, it's very much, for all of us, it's very much a passion project, and one that we do because it's something that we feel strongly about and feel that we have something to say to share with everyone. And it's definitely not, almost never done with a process of money involved or in mind, because I don't even earn enough on my YouTube channel to cover the games that I have to pay to review on it.
I need a
so it's very much a very expensive hobby, but it is just a hobby.
Hell, I need a new computer. This laptop's just dying, and you know what? I'm still doing it. And maybe someday I'll be able to put together enough to make that happen. But it's.
And this is incensing though to see any games developer do this kind of thing, because it's a direct affront to everything that YouTubers like ourselves hold dear, which is being able to look out for you guys.
Yeah, my cost per meal is
because they're not attacking us. They're not attacking us. They're attacking you.
Yep.
Directly.
Yeah, that they are. You could be made part of this lawsuit for any reason, or essentially none whatsoever. And yeah, we're out there. We're at this point, we're pretty much out there as bait, because it's our asses that are going to be hanging in the wind first. Yeah, let's try not to. Yes, let's keep it civil, guys, in the chat, please. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I'm just reading through chat here real quick.
Yeah, I've been kind of looking.
How can you not mock Digital Homicide games? See, it's very easy to mock and deride. It's very, very easy to do that. I've done a fair amount of mocking myself. But the thing here is when you're dealing with someone like James Romine, you're dealing with a person who takes even the slightest sideward glance as a direct personal affront. And there are people like that out in the world all over the place. They're very much like this. And so it's unfortunately it's not surprising that he decided to go down this route. It's still a little funny, but
It is
it's
absolutely
definitely
hilarious.
not a surprise.
But yes, do play nice in the chat, folks. We do really kind of want you guys. We don't want anybody in here getting hammered because they had something really super negative to say. Within reason, but kind of a within reason. The mods have been dialed up to 11 today, just to keep it, just to make sure that nobody in the chat gets sued for because I was actually involved in it, or just because they dropped in. And then said something that they might regret. Okay, but what's going on here, in essence, is that that James, at least James Romine, has jumped feet first into the whole social justice concept, and I'll have evidence of that later. With respect to creating a place that is safe for him to defraud you guys. And we're not having that. Actually, this falls within the scope of consumer advocacy, if only because this is a thing that is going to create a problem for the consumer, and they need to be aware of it. And that's all the justification that I actually require to make a stream like this, or for you to make the video you did.
Absolutely. And public consumer advocacy is protected with its own slew of laws.
Oh, yes.
Very fun.
There is a very rich tapestry of that shit. Okay. Let's see. Repeated belittling and harassment of the plaintiff's customers anytime they try to offer support both on forums and reviews. See, here's a problem. You don't tend to do this in places that are actually valid. The only time you've ever offered me support was for Starship Nova Strike, and on of all places, a thread on Demon Swords forums for Cycle of Tierfing, and then you told me that I was running their game on a toaster.
To be fair, with that particular Starship Nova Strike, I did notice random frame rate drops as well on that game, which first off is odd for anything in Unity, because Unity is an exceptionally stable platform. That's why it's so wildly popular amongst indie devs. But to give everyone an idea of the specs in my machine, you can actually have in the About Me section on my YouTube page, you can see that. I am running an X99 chipset motherboard with an i7-5930K. 16 gig of DDR4 RAM, a GTX 970 video card. My primary drive is a Samsung 850 SSD. My primary drive for video games is a Samsung 950 M2 SATA, or M2 SSD, not SATA, sorry. And then I, of course, have my spinners for storage and everything like that. So it's by no means a consumer level computer. It's very much an enthusiast level computer, and even mine had frame rate drops with that game.
Okay, and I don't have nearly that level. I don't have nearly that level of spec on mine, but I still have quite a bit. I've still got way more than is needed to run that particular game. I am actually working on an unaltered 3-year-old Toshiba Cosmio 875 X875 that I ordered from Best Buy for $1,300 back in January of 13. So yeah, their program was, yeah, and you're very welcome, Paul. Actually, again, this is all about you guys and not about us. Because we're not making a freaking dime on this thing. I spend more money in video games than I'm ever going to make out of this channel.
I'm partnered. My partners are making more money off of this than I am.
Yeah, pretty much.
My MC is taking the lion's share.
So we're gonna, yeah. Boop, boop.
No,
I don't
but
know what that's
it's not about that. It's not about the money. It never has been to begin with. It's not about getting famous or anything like that. It's straight up making sure that you guys are aware. And so if Valve submits to the subpoena, you have additional lead time to be able to protect yourselves.
All right, I'm gonna have to do a thing here for a moment. You keep talking here, Sid. I have to reset. I'm gonna have to reset a couple things here. Steam is doing its thing again, and I have to clear Steam out now and restart Firefox. So it's going to be a couple minutes. I won't be able to talk to you guys. I'll just go ahead and swing down. We are on paragraph 36 down here.
Well, why don't we just wait for you, and how about we just take a few moments to get some questions from the audience if anyone has anything specific they want to ask.
Absolutely, you guys get on that, and I will take care of the rest of this. I'm gonna move some windows around here. Boop. And one of those. I see what's going on. Okay. Just gotta grab the Hangout here so it actually reopens first. Don't need that right now. Can I get this in here? Yeah, I can. Okay, good. All right, I've got Steam shut down. I'll be right back. I'll be right back here. Okay. Yep. Go ahead and field the questions, and I shall return momentarily.
Of course, if anyone wants to take this moment to take a break, go to the bathroom, get something to drink.
All right. We'll return in just a moment. Okay. Actually, I can still talk to you guys. I can still talk to you guys a bit here. I can't hear Sid, but I can definitely talk on the stream here. So, all right. Let me just go ahead and I'll start out by reloading Steam.
Concerns and go against that. And most likely, because of the potential PR concerns that this would raise, I seriously doubt Valve would submit to the subpoena willingly. They'll most likely fight it, and they're dumping Digital Homicide's games from Greenlight and Steam are an example of that. That Valve is probably taking this fairly seriously.
All right, I have returned, and I don't know if they heard you at all. So, because actually everything's running through my desktop. They heard the last bit, though. That's okay. Valve is going to be taking this extremely seriously. There is not a question in anybody's little brain about that. Let me just
Yeah, like I said, more than likely for PR, for public relations reasons, and the public perception of Valve as a corporation, Valve will most likely fight this um, because like I was saying before, I don't know how much anyone heard. Valve is very much a corporation. They're in it for the dollar bills. They don't care about you as a person. It's more what affects the company and what affects the bottom line. And it would probably affect their bottom line less to fight this than to not.
Yep, that would be the case. Let me just do a thing here, because it, unfortunately, restarting Steam generally tends to mean that I have to do other things. Let me go ahead and get that piece of that. Okay, I need the discussions for cycle of chirping. I'm gonna show you that incident in question. Get the discussions here. All right, and
Yeah,
restart the screen share.
Just in case anyone isn't aware, Jim Sterling has been very quiet about his lawsuit with Digital Homicide, and as far as I know, that has been at the behest of his attorneys, and they're very right to suggest that he say nothing until this is all over, because this is very serious, and they have managed to push the lawsuit up to 18 million.
No,
so
it's 15. Jim's is 15
not
million.
Something to screw with, and I don't think anyone would blame Jim for playing it safe.
Okay, Jim's has actually been
that much money on the line. I would probably be doing the same.
Well, actually, Sid, Jim's is only 15 million. The one we're dealing with now is 18.
No, Jim has posted on his Twitter that they've managed to bump that up to 18 million. That's something that Jim said himself.
Jim, the last one I saw from Jim said it was 15.
I actually have a link for it somewhere. I'll have to find it.
Please do get that. Okay, here we go. This is the thread in question. Digital Homicide put this post up, and I will link it in the chat. As soon as I find the chat again, it's here somewhere. What did I do with it? Looks like it got dropped off into someplace else. That's not a good day. Yep, it's digitalhomicide.ninja, and I don't seem to have a pop out. All right, give me just a second here, and I will grab the pop out if I can. I don't know that I can.
I'm gonna have to go into my browser history because I was looking at it at some point over the past 72 hours.
Well, don't. I'm not worried about it. I can grab the pop out real quick.
Well, I mean, for the Jim Sterling Twitter post about
that. No. If it was sometime in the last 72 hours, then we already know what's in there. He did. In fact,
I think he said it further back than that. I just saw it at some point within the last 72 hours.
One I saw recently. Okay, let's swing this over here. Make sure we're not dropping any more frames. We did drop a few. All right. Jim is still as far as the Digital Homicide lawsuit. Jim is still trying to have that dismissed.
Yes, and they're still battling the motion to dismiss.
Right. And there's been no movement on that since the 12th of July, according to plainsight.org. So, all right. So now that I have all the stuff, all right, let's have a look and see what we got here. We got some more stuff here. All right, let me go back to that and click on here. And we're going to do that. So we have everything. Okay. The plaintiff asserts that not only have the defendants interfered with business with customers, the distributor, but have also interfered with business between the plaintiff and Digital Homicide LLC. The plaintiff's LLC and the distributor. The plaintiff and Digital Homicide LLC. Okay, so now we finally get a mention of Digital Homicide. Submits products to Digital Homicide LLC for publication, as Digital Homicide LLC has the partner agreement with the distributor. Yeah, you know what, folks? First off, you forgot your repeated use of Digital Homicide LLC here is not good English, and that's two independent clauses that are joined by pretty much nothing. By continual interference with the plaintiff's ability to do business with Digital Homicide LLC, No, we're not that. You're actually on the board of Digital Homicide LLC. So I don't know how we're interfering with your ability to do business with Digital Homicide. You freaking are Digital Homicide. I just, wow.
We're interfering with their ability to sell their games.
No, we're interfering. No, what he's saying here is that we're interfering with the ability of Digital Homicide of him to do business with himself. That's what it says. That is what it says. Almost literally. And direct harassment of the plaintiff while attempting to perform this business with the distributor. All defendants are filed on as stated below. Plaintiff is informed and believes and thereon alleges that at all times herein mentioned, each of the defendants sued herein was during listed events and or currently is a member of an organized hate and harassment group or assisted said hate group and harassment group as specifically formed on the distributor to financially destroy and harass the plaintiff and other targeted developers. This hate and harassment group, Digital Homicide's Poop Games, was created from the name of the plaintiff's company, Digital Homicide Studios LLC, which is an officially registered Arizona State LLC company. The use of the plaintiff's company name by this group has caused public confusion as to the plaintiff being involved in these actions of harassment when no such activity has ever occurred. See attachment 1. No period here. The plaintiff asserts there is no discernible difference between the plaintiff and Digital Homicide Studios LLC any longer, as the plaintiff has been fully exposed, attacked, and harmed by good name and trade name to the public and the distributor and destroyed financially with the reputational damage. Each defendant acted on their own free will to conspire as a group to direct actions against the plaintiff, including all of the complainant details listed herein by individual and with evidence attached is related to the allegations. The plaintiff also brings additional action against all defendants who prove to be competitors, as listed now in this case and discovered upon subpoena of the plaintiff to be in violation of the tortious action of interference of contract and unjust enrichment. Okay. Right. I don't know what to say to that. I don't. Because it's actually wrong. Most of this is actually wrong on its face. First, you have to prove that they're a hate group. You have to prove that they intended to make that their intent was to confuse you. Was to confuse the public. You yourself made your identity known to the universe at the time that people spoke to Jim Sterling about these things, and in fact probably much earlier than that. Your Steam name is James at Digital Homicide, and it doesn't take much to get. It doesn't take anything to get a copy of incorporation papers. So really, you put yourselves out there. Hiding behind a trade name like that is not gonna work. It's really not. And on top of that, you sued Jim Sterling and gave everyone on the planet that could get their hands on a copy of the lawsuit your name and address, phone number, and email. Okay. First off, you have not. The next thing is you have not defined what a competitor is. Are you competing with Square Enix? Are you competing with Activision? Are you competing with me? Who are you competing with? Everybody that makes games? The entire games industry? Because that's your definition of your apparent definition of competitor is so thoroughly broad as to be essentially useless. And no, trustworthy, make legitimate. Nobody has sued Westboro Baptist. Let's see. Jane/John Doe 9, HGI, and John Doe 1, Demon Sword are currently known to be competitors as fact. Okay, I don't know how HGI could be considered a competitor. I don't think he's published any games on Steam. It is expected that most or all individuals anonymously named here are in some way profiting or have profited or intend to profit from the same market that the plaintiff is currently active in.
So basically, he's alleging there that everyone on this list is somehow a competitor in some way.
Well, no, actually, this is as close to a definition as I've seen in this filing for a competitor, and it would really okay. Oh, actually, they got that. Here, let's go on just a little bit. The plaintiff additionally asserts that the term competitor applies to any individual who has direct financial interest in the gaming industry.
Okay, so
well done. You just sued everybody.
So, by definition, that's literally everyone in the world.
Yeah. Well, actually, direct financial interest means anybody that is working, has ever worked, or will ever work in the games industry is subject to this lawsuit. Period. Full stop. End of sentence. Boo. Okay. Artists, YouTubers, Twitch streamers, game developers, artists, internet pundits, internet journalists /
twice?
What? Yeah, artists on there twice.
Artists on there twice. They must really hate artists.
All of these individuals have profit motive behind their attacks. I'm sorry, I'm not making a profit. I'm not. My wife is pissed. I'm not making a profit here. If anybody wants to if anybody wants to throw money at Patreon or PayPal, knock yourselves out. Maybe I might, but I doubt it. I doubt it strongly. I need $2,000 I need $2.5 grand just to rebuild a computer so I can keep working. I mean, just they have any idea what this shit costs? Really? Do they? Do they know anything?
No, they don't. No.
Do they?
They really don't.
Oh, not a brain in their head. I mean, they're also including folks like that. They're also including Valve, Activision, Square Enix, all of these people. Every person that has ever worked in the games industry is subject to this lawsuit. This lawsuit. They are all competitors with Digital Homicide.
Well, basically, anyone with any form of online presence whatsoever who's made a single penny from any form of online presence is a direct competitor to them.
Oh, no. It's any individual who has direct financial interest in the game industry. You get hired as an artist or as a technical writer or anything like that. The second you get that job, or actually it's the instant you apply for that job, you are considered you're considered to have a profit motive and therefore are subject to this. Dr. GLaDOS brings up an interesting point, and the only thing I'm going to say to that is hashtag fuck Konami.
They're literally the worst.
Actually, believe it or not, well, no, Digital Homicide's got Konami beat this time. They have hands down got Konami beat. Konami wouldn't do this. Yes, this stream will be left on the YouTube channel. Away with it. They will be left. It will be left on the YouTube channel, unedited and unaltered in any way, with the possible exception of any addresses that might actually appear, or real names of persons. I have done my best to make sure to minimize that kind of damage, but I don't want to. But I'm not planning on editing anything unless I must, for some reason, focus on a thing. So
no, there's everything with my online presence has remained completely unaltered. Even videos that I regret putting up are still there.
Yes. Any videos that are coming down either belong to other persons that are hosted because hosting. They are being mirrored either by request or by explicit permission, or I have made them and they are being moved to another channel in the near future. all the gaming related stuff, including every one of the review the developer sequences that we've done, or that I've done, or had a hand in, I will actually be leaving on the channel. All of my live streams for gameplay, all of it. The only time I ever edit
Hold on
anything.
a second.
The only time I ever
You're
edit.
making money. You're
Yeah.
making money and not paying me.
Yeah, actually, I have.
Motherfucker.
YouTube has yet to send me a check. They have yet to send me a
You're
freaking dime.
making money with these reviews and not paying me?
Yeah, I know, right? What's up with that?
Frankly.
Yeah, my AdSense revenue is shit. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, we've got some. Yep. Let the kitty try and troll. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, where was I? Where was I with that? Oh, they can try and sue Gawker again. Univision will love that. But yeah, pretty much anybody that's ever been interested in the gaming industry. This also extends to every school that trains video game designers. So yeah, let's keep going with this, James. You've already dug a hole from Arizona clear through to the middle of the Indian Ocean, out beyond it, managed to achieve escape velocity from the solar system, and are currently passing Pluto. And this is only page 11. They wrote 50 fucking pages of this. 50. I mean, really, people? Okay. When faced with litigation and the use of subpoena to discover if defendants are a competitor, the founder and leader of this harassment group, Jane/John Doe 8, aka Steam user John 144, immediately hid profile and dropped the harassment group. I don't know that John was actually in charge of digital homicides at any point. Or trashware. I'm not sure he was. Yeah, you work for a company whose client has a game company as a client. Financial interest. I didn't say Pluto was a planet. Pluto is an object, however, and they're well on the way there. The long way around, no less. They're going to have to try and do a slingshot at Jupiter to do any better as far as speed goes, I think. Well, maybe not. Let's see. John Doe 1, Demon Sword, created a publishing company. He did not. He actually went to Black Shell Media, which was a bad plan, and put John Doe 1 Demon Sword's products under it in an effort to protect them from this litigation. No. They went to Black Shell Media. Black Shell Media published Cycle of Chirping. At the time of events taken against the plaintiff, Black Shell Media LLC was the publisher of John Doe 1 Demon Swords game Cycle of Chirping. See? And more information is being subpoenaed to see if this company has additional contacts which would create liability in this action. Yeah, they're a publisher. They're a D-list publisher that takes on pretty much any game they can get their hands on. You know. Yeah, every YouTuber that's ever reviewed games, yeah, PewDiePie is screwed, Angry Joe, Total Biscuit, Sid, myself, and everybody. The plaintiff additionally asserts that all actions taken by the defendants were directed at the plaintiff directly and in a harassing manner. No, you were actually very snarky at Mr. Demon Sword. Oh, that's right, I was going to show you this. Okay.
Yeah.
This is before I got in. This is actually before I noticed this thing was going on, and I did cover this in another review of the developer for Digital Homicide. I think it was number 2. I'd have to look. It was right after. No, it was the one for Demon Sword. So either review the developer, Demon Sword and Cycle of Chirping, or Cycle of Chirping and Demon Sword. I forget exactly. Demon Sword Games here says, you guys are more than welcome to cast stones. Cast stones any day, my friends. I am truly enjoying this. They're also asserting in that Demon Sword owns Black Shell Media. He does not. Black Shell Media actually did a different thing.
He'd be doing pretty well off if he did.
Yeah, no shit. Because those guys freaking rape everything. Let's see. There's Enix. Let's see. Everything in the post was nice at Digital Homicide. Dripping with condescension. There were 5 actually. Five issues that people were there were 5 people that were having issues with Cycle of Chirping, and Demon Sword speaks here of criticism is the only way for me to improve. Well, this is completely true in every case. Okay. Digital Homicide said, at NX, I just played Nova Strike on highest settings with fraps running capped at 60 frames per second. Unity editor clocks it at 150-ish. My comp is pre-made for $700, so it's really not that great. Maybe that's why your launch has so many difficulties with you're testing it on poor hardware. My response, yes, I said this. I'm not sure how you pulled that off, DH. My Windows 10 machine on highest settings felt like it was capped at 15 frames on a good day. Too bad it was hovering Helideath with new assets. In fact, hovering Helideath and Starship Nova Strike for quite some time actually shared save information, just like all the Sarah to the Rescue clones.
Yep, I demonstrated that on one of my videos actually. Because I remember looking at the default Steam options menu and seeing up in the upper left corner for Starship Nova Strike hovering Helideath. And so I went like, what is hovering Helideath? Oh, apparently it's quote unquote another video game.
Yep. Here is James.
And when I loaded that up, it pulled the save information, the top score from the Starship Nova Strike playthrough. And that even interacted with the Steam game.
Yep.
So, which means they share registry information.
Yes, they do. Okay, here is one for James as an individual. It says, then you must have a toaster since it's been tested on an AMD 3-core 2.4 gigahertz with 4 gigs of RAM and it's fine. I have an Intel i7.
Well, that's probably why they were testing on an AMD, not an Intel.
3630 QM 2.4 gigahertz. It is 4 double-threaded cores for an effective total of 8. So, okay,
that's always something that puzzles me with people talking about their processor and everything like that. Is in this day and age, you know how much of your processor is actually used with a video game? Virtually none of it. Virtually none of it. It all comes down to the RAM utilization and the GPU and the read-write access speeds of your drive.
I have a GTX 670M.
If you're having issues, it's not your CPU, it's your graphics.
I have and in my particular case, I have a GTX 670M with its own 3 gigabytes of RAM.
Which is larger than the entire game.
Yeah, way bigger. You load the entire game into graphics memory.
You could RAM cache the whole thing.
RAM cache the entire
RAM
beast.
drive it.
I will. Okay, Fortification 545. Not sure who you are, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and go back. See, where was it? Running compatibility mode in Windows 7. I had already done that. Windows 10 is still fairly bumpy in a lot of situations. Well, no, it wasn't by April. It wasn't. It had actually been thoroughly updated to remove most of the problems. Here is a chunk that Demon Sword removed because he was thinking of the thread. He actually changed his mind on this thread. That was the chunk that they actually removed. Demon Sword then went in, then said, "Troubleshoot your game on your own forum, please." Haha. Crombite's response was classic. That won't happen. DH would delete the thread as soon as they found it, which is exactly what would have happened if I had gone to Digital Homicide's thread to make that statement. Because they do that. They do that a lot. So, and that's Meet You Jones. Classic DigiHome customer service. I'm sorry, is the game not working for you? Well, shove it up your ass. It's the best we can do. Deal with it. Stop defaming us, or we're going to sue you with the best law firm $225 can buy. Yeah, they don't. They call themselves developers. I hesitate to even grace them with. I hesitate to grace them with such a title. All right. Plaintiff additionally asserts that all actions taken by the defendants were directed at the plaintiff directly in a harassing manner. Citation needed. Okay, so we're going to now he's going to go into individuals. On February the 12th, 2016, Demon Sword accused the plaintiff of using sock puppets as a derogatory term. Well, okay, sock puppets was developed was actually incepted as a derogatory term. So I don't see where this is a problem. It's actually a forum thing. And it's considerably older than 2016. Last first time I saw a reference to a sock puppet was on a bulletin board system back in the late 90s. All right. Welcome back, Mello. Everyone's doing this. Let's see what that is. Let's just pull that out. This was linked in the chat by one of the moderators. It's a GIF. Now comes the part where we throw back our heads in laughter. Ready? Ready! Yes, that is exactly what's going on at this point. So, yes, Steve Meyer, the digital homicide games, because of the engine they use, are incredibly graphics intensive unless I force it to use the other onboard. And actually, just the little bit that you saw of the slaughtering grounds kicked the internal temperature of my machine from the current 58 degrees centigrade all the way up to 96.
So, with 20 seconds of Googling, 20 seconds, I can tell that, Demon Sword accused the plaintiff of using sock puppets as a derogatory term. These trade names are legal business representations that embody sole proprietary characteristics. 20 seconds of Google searching. The term socket puppet was originally used as early as July 9th, 1993, but did not become common in Usenet groups until 1996, and defined as a person whose actions are controlled by another or a minion.
Or alternate accounts, because that's a thing too. It's a person, quote unquote. That includes little Steam bots. You have 1,000,006 different free Steam accounts, and they have no games. They're level 0, and yeah, those are quote unquote people as far as Valve is concerned, and you control those. Wonder what that's about. There is, let's see, plenty of using trade names to avoid an enormous group of harassers. Okay, you're using trade names for this purpose. That is actually not what trade names are for, dude. And it actually suggests that you're being all kinds of dodgy. There is no legitimate reason for the plaintiff not to be able to use trade names, especially in the light of harassment continually being aimed at the plaintiff, which Jane/John Doe 1, aka Demon Sword, takes part in. I'm going to leave the Jane/John Doe shit out now. Demon Sword has harassed the plaintiff, placed negative reviews on products to cause financial damage and emotional and mental anguish. Our little Fifi's got hot. Please give us monies for a lawyer to make the bad man go away.
Also deteriorates the public view of the plaintiffs in the eye of the public over 100 times in postings on multiple media outlets, including YouTube, Disqus, and the distributors' forums.
Yeah.
Now, considering, see, this is the type of thing where, you know, Romines consider Demon Sword to be a direct competitor, which would mean in this particular instance, they would have to be able to prove that Demon Sword's game in somehow resembles or is similar in form or fashion to any of Digital Homicide's games.
And it's not.
Which is very much not. And because of that, nothing that Demon Sword would have said in regards to them as people or games publishers would have any effect whatsoever on the market value of either their game or his game.
What's Triton working on here? Apparently there's something going on. Right, question. Is there a better question of whether any or all of these assets were stolen, or have they all been legally acquired? All the evidence that we have at this point suggests that they have been legally acquired.
Yes.
We have no evidence that they were not.
Yeah, I have no way whatsoever to be able to confirm if any assets were stolen, so we have to operate based on the assumption that they've all been legally acquired.
Okay. Triton, let me know when you're gonna do that Digital Homicide only stream, and I'll throw in too, just because. Yes, even the blood splat. We have no See, here's the thing: it's innocent until proven guilty. We did get a receipt, or Jim Sterling got a receipt, and I have myself managed to hunt it down. That said that they had at something resembling that time a license to download anything they wanted off of Shutterstock. And
the blood splatter was a Shutterstock image.
So they had at some point, they did have, if it was released before anything that was released before the license that they acquired was purchased, would have been available to them, and yeah, pretty much. So that would be a suggestion that would be evidence that it could be legally obtained, and unfortunately, that means that we can't claim that they stole it.
Yeah. However, the blood images on that game have since been changed.
Yes, they have. I think the original was actually I think. I'm going to put that caveat in there. I think the original was taken from a Google image search, and the new one is actually a Shutterstock image. Let's see. Which would make sense. Demon Sword is a known competitor in the Steam market. In the Steam market space place, that should be one word, and may also be using other trade names to get products through Greenlight and on the storefront. You don't have any evidence of that, sir. And I take exception.
However, there's numerous evidence of you doing that.
Oh yes, there's a pile of that shit. Actually, they've admitted to that.
So that's interesting that they're actually using that as part of legal action against someone else when they've done the exact same thing and even admitted to it.
Now, Colic Longpaw here in the chat also makes a statement here that is in fact correct. If I remember, the license they had didn't allow them to use said assets in anything for use with monetary value attached. That is true. They did violate the license on at least one of those. Let's see. Demon Sword has acted with full knowledge of others harassing the plaintiff and has harassed the plaintiff willingly after attempts to stop contact have failed. Demon Sword, now that his product has launched, has turned advocate for attempting to minimize harassment, but actions have still already taken place and done damage. See, the thing is, Demon Sword, as far as I know, has only ever admonished you once or twice on his forums, which is his right, and wrote one bad review on one of your games. One. And I think that might have been the Slaughtering Grounds. Okay, you came in and got all snarky at them, at Demon Sword, and said a bunch of shit that was supposed to sound polite and came off as incredibly condescending. Let's see. Demon Sword now has formed a second group, Greenlight Guardians. That's not Demon Sword's group. That interferes with competitors on a regular basis under the guise of consumer advocacy, while attempting to block those competitors from market. As this defendant has now been warned of impending lawsuit, this defendant has dropped group from Greenlight Guardians. Well, unfortunately, again, Demon Sword doesn't currently own that group. I don't think he's ever owned that group. He's a member of said group, or at least he was. Let's see. Demon Sword has stalked the plaintiff on multiple media outlets, including but not limited to Steam, YouTube, Discus, using controversy of his postings to the plaintiff to promote his own games, one of which is now on sale and a second of which has been accepted for distribution. There may be more added after subpoena and amendments to this complaint. See Attachment 2. Now, I would not be surprised to see that Attachment 2 actually leads to the review of the developer when I sat down with Demon Sword and we had a little bit of a go at Digital Homicide, and we talked about his games. In fact, can you grab Attachment 2 for a sec there? Sid or Kitty, one of you?
What?
Can we grab a look at Attachment 2? I don't know if you have the lawsuit in front of you or not, Kitty. I just need to have a look at Attachment 2.
I have. Hold on.
We're on page 13 right now.
Page 13, Attachment 2.
Attachment 2 is going to be down below. It's going to be down below page 58. 58, 59, somewhere there.
2019, scrolling up here.
Okay.
Let's see, 12, 11, 10, 9.
I just need a page number.
Attachment 2 is on page 62.
Page 62. Remember 13. Lucky 13. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's it. Digihamm's backer, maybe his reincarnation from Germany, gives a link that was truncated. Please visit this game on Greenlight. If you genuinely like it, vote yes, but please read my thread. Perhaps I'm a witch hunter, but I prefer consumer advocate. As a Greenlight developer myself, I am striving to have honesty and integrity on Steam, because people like this may one day cause us to lose the opportunity that is Greenlight. Please visit the Steam Greenlight page and weigh in. Do you think this person is Digital Homicide? We may never know for sure. And this is still part of the filing, so let's go back to page 13. I think that's right. Is that the right one? It looks like the right one. Oh, yep, that's Attachment 2. So let's go back to page 13. So that's what they have. Like a YouTube review. Plaintiffs gave Starship Nova Strike. Give me a second. Let me grab an open window here and see if I can't figure out which video that is. Watch V equals U D V Effie. I apologize. I should have actually had that sorted out long before now. And the video in question is unavailable. Okay. Yeah, I typed it in correctly. YouTube, that video is not even available at this point. So I'm not sure what video it was. The review leads users to the YouTube video. This YouTube video falsely accuses the plaintiff of stealing a font from Disney, which is plainly available for free use here. Logo design Starburst, so that's definitely not one of my videos. And falsely misrepresents.
The video's been marked private.
All it said for me is the video wasn't available.
Yeah, this video was private.
And falsely misrepresents the game product by running it within an unsupported manner, using a virtual machine which can be starved for resources. Right. Demon Sword's own business partner even said he had no problems running the game, as the game does not lag as Demon Sword states in his YouTube review. Okay, so it was Demon Sword's review. That would be why it's private. The way the game is presented was malicious in intent and purposefully done to cause product damage and depict the plaintiff as incompetent in the plaintiff's business practice. The theft accusation is directed to the plaintiff's good name only by association. Okay then. A false misrepresentation of the product may or may not apply to the plaintiff directly depending upon the judgment of the court. Theft and defamation of the plaintiff apply due to the use of the plaintiff's name repeatedly throughout Demon Sword's postings. Woohoo! 14 false accusations of product being broken or made. All of these accusations are caused by running the game in an unsupported fashion in a possibly resource-starved virtual machine. No. Not having a dedicated video card can also cause 3D style graphics to cause performance issues, which is a common issue with virtual machine usage.
So he's actually, it's just surprising to me here that he's actually attempting to defend his video game's performance when filing an accusatory court document.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I mean, seriously.
Yeah. It is plainly shown in the video that Demon Sword is not familiar with 3D graphics or their limitations within virtual machines which do not have direct access to video devices. This is an outright lie.
Not true.
That is that is a lie outright. Just because he's running your game on a Macintosh means absolutely nothing. Especially since the hardware is essentially identical.
VirtualBox is a free virtualization software that does allow for 3D graphical effects.
Yep. Let's see. Natho states in attachment 3 under an article specifically naming the plaintiff by name and by trade name multiple times, suggesting. Now we've jumped all the way to September the 26th, 2015. Everybody knows your name by now. By that time, James. Everybody. And their brother. And their little dog, too. Let's see. Okay, too many accounts. I'd like a link to the response if it's been filed.
Yes, please do provide a link if you have that.
Suggesting that the plaintiff has shady business practices for making cheap and fast games for a low price. You okay? It is suspected that Nathos is a competitor in the distributor's marketplace. Suspected. You don't have that. That says you don't have evidence of that, and you don't state why. Nathos states in attachment 3 that the plaintiff steals or buys cheap assets, both being derogatory to game value and to the plaintiff directly. This is not true. We can actually prove that you bought the cheap assets. That you at least bought the cheap assets. Okay? And that's the most favorable situation here. You did, in fact, buy assets from the Unity store. You admit that you bought assets from the Unity store. You told Jim Sterling this. You had Robert tell Jim Sterling this in his own voice. so that you could actually feed money back to the development community, or so you stated at the time, and we can already see what the price is for those assets. You bought cheap assets, and then you did nothing with them. You just threw them into the engine and switched on the blender to puree. Let's see. Then goes further to state that people are being scammed when many customers actually make profit from many of the games and get to play a game also. He's talking about people that get that farm cards to sell them. I've done that. I've sold cards. I've sold some of their cards. It makes them money too. It made them money too. So guess what?
Yeah, every single time you sell one of their cards, they get a cut.
Well, they might not now. I don't know what the rules are for.
I don't think you can even sell their cards anymore.
There's still some on the market. I actually looked at that, but I don't think you can make badges out of them anymore, which would in fact remove the value. I haven't had a chance to test that. I don't have any cash in my Steam wallet, so.
Let's see. I do. Just trying to find my list of games is too long.
How many games you got in your account now? Because I can almost guarantee mine's longer. Sid?
Games, just 229.
229. I have 1,000 games more than you do. 1,000 of them.
Let's take a look at Winged Knight's penetration.
Winged Knight penetration. Okay, we're good with that.
Let's see.
Let me just do this here. Badges?
I don't know if I have any cards for that.
I don't think I have any either. Matter of fact, I know I don't. Completed. Let's go to the completed. And I know I completed. There we go. I completed 2 levels of the Slaughtering Ground. So let's have a look. I don't have any of their cards, but if I search the market, Triton's actually got a copy of Berserker Zombie. Okay. 959 of them for sale, starting at 8 cents, and 394 requests to buy at 5 cents or less. So, yeah, theoretically, someone could corner the market in digital homicide cards. But, so they are actually available. As you can see, I'm broke. Let's see. But if you go up here, let's see, what did I do with it?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello!
Hello!
And thanks for the invite. Welcome, YouTube. Yes, I own the Slaughtering Grounds. I'm guilty. Sorry about that.
I think a lot of us probably
I
do.
own even more of their crap. And if the Romines are here, I want to say one thing. You made my day. The last 2 days have been epic, but I'm insulted. Why am I not on the list? Hey, come on, guys.
Yeah, let's get
Bring it.
Let's get with the program. Hello, Triton. Welcome to the stream. I don't remember sending you a link. That's okay. We're just Sid and I are going over the lawsuit right now, and we'll have a couple of people in. Let's see. Natho states in attachment 4 and 5, the plaintiff is changing his trade name back and forth between trade names. This is a false statement. The individual at the distributor was changing the product's developer name multiple times, and the plaintiff was returning it to the proper trade name as is legal to do. I kind of want to see some documentation on that, I think, because that seems to be wrong. This sheds the light of incompetence in the decision upon the plaintiff when in fact a disagreement was occurring between the plaintiff and an employee of the distributor. The short version of that is they were trying to stick you to one trade name so that you weren't trying to defraud the customers. That is actually, and since they own the neighborhood, that's their right to do.
Yeah, the the attachments in question was Nathos stating they changed their names from GOM to Digital Homicide, then from ECC Games, and finally to Every Click Counts. Also, they used Game Portal Publishing for final publisher after ECC Games. That is fact. That actually happened. That is a thing.
We know that. We know that happened. They went from ECC Games to Every Click Counts, which was actually left alone for quite some time before the huge call-out thing goes on. And at that point, Valve was apparently already in the process of calling him out. Nathos' post on the distributor on the plaintiff's forums were deleted by himself, as was the distributor's moderator's post above it when the realization that nothing wrong had been performed by the plaintiff. I don't know that was the case. If Nathos wants to drop in and tell us, well, it does speak to intent, but I don't know if that's actually what happened. Nathos would have to come to us to say. Leave a comment or drop me a line here, and we'll have him in. Let's see. Michu Jones falsely accuses the plaintiff of impersonations. He attaches 6, 7, and 8. That has to do with ECC Games. And there's the thing for Xenobyte Studios, which was absolutely freaking hilarious. The plaintiff has already explained to Michu Jones 3 months prior to the entire situation regarding this and himself, and he continues to attack in regard to it, regardless of the truth. But he doesn't know. But we can't determine what the truth is in this case. Michu Jones falsely accused the plaintiff of creating Jim Flips the Bird and Jim Doxes himself Tumblr postings, which were not the plaintiff. You know what? Honestly, that's a mistake that would be easy to make, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
Yeah, but you're basically... So now you're suing someone for the natural assumption, given your current track record with another person, for over $1 million for one person for this?
1.66 something million dollars, yeah. Michu Jones...
When that basically pretty much got quashed by Jim Sterling himself, saying that he was inclined to believe Digital Homicide when they said that was not them.
Let's see. Michu Jones falsely accuses the plaintiff of being aggressive towards users when the plaintiff has been continuously subjected to harassment by several thousand users who have confused free speech with the abuse of repeatedly harassing and SIC there. Repeatedly harassing and false statements for in excess of a year as an attacking group effort with the specific intent of putting the plaintiff out of business. These users have been asked as a group to stop several times. I don't know where they asked this. I wasn't a member of the group at that time. Troy, you may actually be able to shed some light on that. And I think you actually are the owner of. You're actually the owner of Trashware, aren't you?
Yeah, now I am. Yeah, me and Ghana are the two administrators of the group now. John 144 stepped back a few months ago, so point number 39 is funny as the rest of the lawsuit. Actually, Digital Homicides have been members of the group for a long time. It was for us kind of a running gag, but I don't know if they didn't get it. There are a lot of discussions about them, and they had every chance to be the good guys in quotes, but we kicked them more than once from the group for being harassing our members, and we don't like that.
Sure.
I'm not sure if they're banned right now, but they have been kicked several times, and they came back as often as they posted their games. I'm actually not sure if they are members now. I could check. Let me check, actually.
They claim that they are not. That was
Let's see
earlier.
about that. They have been members for a long time, so I wouldn't wonder if they are in the group with one of their aliases and they use a lot of them. Let's see.
We have Paul, we have quite a few more in here. The PDF document goes into over 150.
If they use one of their old aliases, they are not in the group right now.
Okay. Let's see. Michu Jones falsely accuses the plaintiff of deleting evidence that the plaintiff was not even involved in. See attachments 6, 7, and 8. Yeah, attachments 6, 7, and 8 are full of all kinds of fun stuff, huh?
I didn't have time yet to check the documents myself.
It's mostly surrounding the Jim Sterling Doxes himself website.
Okay.
I have been on vacation, so I didn't have enough time to check it on my own. But when I heard that I'm not included in that lawsuit, yeah, I feel insulted.
I was actually kind of upset. I was actually kind of surprised I wasn't named. Nor was my usual producer Mello. Mello Online, he helps me with the Greenlight Gathering and and most of the review the developers these days. It was originally Zaxter99, but Zaxter bowed out because he thought I was overdoing. I was overdoing the digital homicide coverage and was being petty. I take exception.
Good job.
I take exception to that.
By the way,
I take exception to that statement. I'm not being petty. I'm being extremely petty. I am being very extremely petty. But you want to talk about petty? We'll actually get into petty here in a while. Let's see. Michu Jones falsely accuses the plaintiff of being a YouTube user called No BS Gamer. Well, okay. Sure. That would actually, if they were not No BS Gamer, No BS Gamer would probably have grounds to sue them, but they haven't done that. To sue Michu here, but they haven't done that. So, Michu Jones falsely accuses the plaintiff of using the trade name Victory Games LLC, which would be an illegal use of a non-existing LLC, when in fact the plaintiff's trade name was Victory Games. Well, okay, fine. You're still not. This is an error in. This is actually pretty much just an error. He put 3 extra characters on it. Let me move Steam off to the side here. We don't need it for the moment. So there is no reason under the sun that we should have that. Yeah, Mello actually received a legal threat in a Google Hangout at one point. Hey, Crypto, how you doing? Welcome to the stream, Flying Basket Weaver, and a variety of other people that I have not had a chance to say hello to. Welcome aboard. You too, Steve. Go ahead and click on that there. All right, let's see. This could easily be a mistake could just as easily be an honest mistake. Those things do happen. Michu Jones attempts to boost harassment by attempting to call Mr. James Nicholas Sterling, or Stanton, aka Jim Sterling, to make a video on the plaintiff's product Wing Knights and Krog Wars. I'd already made those videos by March the 4th. Actually, I think I did mine on the 25th.
I even streamed them.
In an effort to draw more crowd-based harassment to the game forum. No, I actually made those. I made those earlier. At least for Krog Wars. I did Krog Wars and Starship Nova Strike early. It's like it was the day they were released. Krog Wars wasn't due out for another week, and Starship Nova Strike for 2 weeks after that. And I used the itch.io versions to bring the rain. It was review the developer Digital Homicide 2. Let's see. Michu Jones falsely accuses Let's see. Right. Okay. Got a really strange message from somebody called Retro Bay here a minute ago. It wanted to say that they thought the Slaughtering Grounds was awesome. I'm inclined to think that that's a troll.
Awesomely bad. Yeah.
Let's see. Michi Jones falsely accused the plaintiff of abandoning all users in a contest on the game The Slaughtering Grounds. Only users who broke contest rules by attacking the plaintiff were banned. You actually invited criticism for that contest, and then you banned a lot. Proof of one of the contest winners is in attachment 11. Well, okay, fine. Be that way. From October 2015 through the present, Jane/John Doe 3, Michu Jones, has engaged in continual harassment of the plaintiff on the distributors' forums through a barrage of over 400 postings. That's not a barrage. That's just a light salvo. At least around here. This is the internet. That is a salvo. If you want a barrage, go post a link to one of your games on freaking 4chan. You will find out what a barrage is. That shit would be brilliant. Michu Jones engages in a debate on harassment of the plaintiff and other users who are Steam developers in efforts to push them from the distributors. For the distributors marketplace, the plaintiff is subpoenaing information regarding this user to discover if his user is also a competitor. Ha! Anybody that hopes to profit, anybody that profits from the games industry, that means that anybody that's gotten more, or anybody that's even sold one of your freaking cards, your primary source of income over the last few years, yeah, they're in on it too. They're in the lawsuit. Yay! Let's see. On the last weekend, Michu Jones was harassing. He suddenly stopped posting after having posted over 30 times, spamming two large comments across a dozen green light submissions. The user has not been logged in for 72 days as of the time of this writing, which was the last day was June the 6th. And the user may have been permanently banned by the distributor. I don't think that happened. We could actually find out if he's been banned. If his account still exists, then he hasn't been banned. Subpoena for this information is being requested. See attachment 12. Okay, let's have a look here. Let's
attachment 12 is just a snip of currently offline, last online 72 days ago.
Well, if that's actually the way it is, let's see.
Yeah, recent activity: Plants vs. Zombies Game of the Year, 11.7 hours on record, last played June 3rd.
Yeah, so there's Michu Jones. I found him. He wasn't hard to hunt down. Yeah, it's 107 days ago. So what's up with that? Yeah, just because he hasn't been on Steam doesn't mean that he's been banned. In fact, he hasn't been banned. I can see that for a fact, because it would have just said that there was no such user. Let's see. From October 15th through the present, has engaged in cyberstalking across multiple media outlets, not limited to Facebook, YouTube, and the Steam forums. And he created a Facebook page further trying to do damage to the plaintiff. His page was immediately removed by Facebook upon request. So we can't even look at it. The information would need to be subpoenaed if needed, as the plaintiff did not get a copy saved. Well, that's his problem.
Yep.
JDude330 falsely accused of the plaintiff of stealing an engine to base the associated game to, and an image off Google Images when the image was plainly for sale on Shutterstock.com. Well, okay. He was probably operating off of Jim Sterling's original work on this. So, yeah, you failed to clean up your shit properly means that JDude here is actually guilty.
Well, what's interesting here also is he's stating that JDude accused them of using a stolen image or an image that was not paid for, even though it's plainly for sale on Shutterstock.com. When you purchase something from an online distributorship like Shutterstock, because I have done this, when you purchase something like this, you do receive documentation with licensing information via PDF or email. They did not provide that documentation in this, that they did in fact purchase that asset.
Well,
that's not in there.
When they were actually pushed, they did send out a copy of a receipt from them, from Shutterstock, saying that they did have in fact a subscription at that time. We do not know if they currently do. Let's see.
But it's stated for for this specific item. Which he's basically, a lot of this is he's basically trying to argue his court case before it even goes to court.
Yep.
And he's still not offering proof that he actually purchased that image.
Okay. Stealing an engine would actually be a not valid claim, if only because Unity can be obtained for free by anyone. Unity Personal is in fact free.
Yep.
I don't know if it was at that time referred to as Unity Personal. Let's see.
I believe it was.
50 postings of harassment. This is a copy paste. The one above has harassed a potential customer. The plaintiff has shown in attachment 14. This potential customer was banned due to JDude 330 and his fellow group member slash harassers who were harassing. See that not agreeing with the number of people involved, harassing at the time due to members from the harassment group reporting the potential customer for harassment. I'm wondering who the hell that was. Clear up. User was attempting to clear up that nothing had been stolen. There was nothing wrong with the game submission. Well, okay, fine. We don't know which game you're talking about either, so we can't actually verify that. And you don't have that in your attachments. Let's see. Engaged in cyberstalking on the Steam forums, blah, blah, blah. Right, Tomb Lux. Okay. Attachment 15 for the theft of pirated assets. Threats against... Falsely accuses the plaintiff of threats against people which were performed by some other party. Accuses the plaintiff of theft, being sleazy, and scamming people who want something. Those are clearly Tomb Lux's opinions. Promising to continue harassment, citation needed. Up there, 16 and 20. Okay, we'll look at those in a little while. Maybe. That continued false statements which the plaintiff is trying to emphasize are false will be reposted as if truth, and that the plaintiff has no way to fight back and the onslaught will continue even through threat of lawsuit. Well, guess what? There's a threat of a lawsuit. There's certainly a threat of a lawsuit now. I figure I'm already going to get screwed, so I might as well get on it. All right, you want to take the next section there, Sid?
I'm just looking through these attachments here. It does look like Tomb Lux did say to fix and destroy Digihom, we need to fix Steam and make it so it cannot enable this blanked out behavior. So either shit or fuckhead behavior or whatever.
Yeah.
Report them and continue to report them to Valve. They get marked as incompatible with Steam Greenlight and continue to do so because it also seems like they're taking down games. Okay, a little bit of rambling stuff here, but
advice for the
wow,
consumer?
yeah, it's all. There's nothing illegal here.
Yeah. Tomblux continuously changes username, and there is only a 12-slot list available. Tomblux has gone off the list, but attachment 18 shows name list linking user to postings. Okay. Hooray.
Yeah, the user is also played as Dragon Femzy, Jesu, Velux, Raikou, Pouch to Pouch System, Sebastian von Fappywank. Pouch to Pouch, Vappyflex, Vappyflex needs foot rubs, and Fat Vap.
Okay.
But which, that's again, they're stating that, oh, this person changed their name. They're doing bad things. It's a feature built into Steam for you to change the name on your account to whatever you want it to be.
And
A lot of people change the name on their account every week, you know?
Oh, I changed mine over from what it was originally to Lord Cracker Squirrel a while back.
So how is it how is this some form make this person guilty is what I'm wondering.
There's nothing here for it.
I have no idea. I have no idea the stretch of the imagination or the logical leaps that one would have to make for that.
Let's see. Uses the plaintiff's name again directly. Let's see. Again, you made your name public. People that know who you are going to do that. That's just the rules. That's the way it always goes. It's actually human nature to do that. Tomb Flex falsely informs the public that the games are being taken down and put back up to remove flags when this is not the case. I'm not sure how you did it otherwise. Publicly belittles the plaintiff in a harassing and bullying manner and insults the plaintiff's business effort as being doomed to failure. Well, okay, he's not actually wrong because
that actually turned out to be accurate.
Entirely accurate. You guys shot yourselves in the foot here. Let's see. Jane/John Doe 5. Let's see. Over 100 postings. Harassment, encouraged harassment, debate on harassment, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. States that plaintiff, on May 11th, 2016, he stated the plaintiff is nothing but a hack, a liar, and a cheat. Well, okay. The first one I think we could probably accept as a statement of fact. Because by that time you were throwing games out like you were throwing games, you know, several in a day, sometimes.
See, this is something that's very common with the Romines. He especially with James Romine, he seems to translate things from an indignant consumer over the state of their product to someone who's directly attacking them.
Yep.
Which, of course, when you were rightfully incensed, you were going to lash out.
Yeah,
it's a very common thing.
Actually, what you should do if you're righteously incensed is step back, down a couple of Valium, and then go back and say, well, perhaps you'd like to elaborate. Citation needed. Let's see. Accuses of theft when in excess of $40,000 have been spent on production goods, equipment, and subscriptions. Well, okay. Again, citation needed. You need to provide that information in some other way. Insulting both the plaintiff as a family person, the plaintiff's partner as a family person, demeaning in a bullying and cruel manner in the public eye. Well, okay. You try not to drag people's family into it. That's rude.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be... Yeah, I think it was probably a statement of some kind that he felt sorry for the kids and the wife and Robert's wife for being involved with this kind of crap.
Actually, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it was.
States the plaintiff is a scam artist who will be forever doomed in an endless loop of being kicked out of the market in an attempt to cause despair and disdain for the plaintiff towards the plaintiff's profession. Well, if we're being honest, we can hardly call you game developers at this point. You're just kind of like throwing assets at things. Okay, this is going on a little long, and it's really a lot of the same shit. Over 2,000 posts for Brandino. We'll just kind of hit the high points on some of these.
Basically, you said bad stuff about us.
You said bad things about us, and we're all poo-poo me head. Brandino did in fact say this: if Digital Homicide refuses to improve, then we'll drive them off Steam, and I will never stop until James and Robert Romine are finished. I also got a refund for this game, so DH won't be getting any of my money. And also, they can't delete this review, so now they'll have to let me say what I want to say about DH without getting censored. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Curious. Got a user on in the Steam chat over here that says that Lux is pretty pleasant to talk to in person. As far as they're aware, he doesn't do game development. So, well, that makes him not a competitor. That makes him a customer. And other developers can, in fact, be customers. Let's see. The defendant has passed beyond freedom of speech and for over a year directed harassment, blah, blah, blah. Had a malicious intent to interfere with business. Well, fine. You have to prove that, too. And the plaintiff, more examples are available. Well, why didn't you post them? Yeah. Okay. Purchase a copy of Krog Wars, play for 5 minutes, which is the minimum time to leave a review, and then posted a scathing review towards the plaintiff and the plaintiff's company. This is actually a review. It is protected speech, like in its entirety.
Yes. And for Krog Wars, that's literally the entirety of the game is 5 minutes.
You don't need
And
that.
for a lot of these, they also failed to take into account that a lot of these were probably purchased off itch.io and then played there, because with itch.io you download it directly and then the game's up on Steam now. So you do have to go through. You have to open the damn thing up for 5 minutes minimum before you can actually post your review there.
Actually,
that doesn't mean that you haven't played the game. It doesn't matter. A review is a review. It's a critique, and which is protected under freedom of speech, fair use, all kinds of different things.
Well, you see, here's the thing: if you buy something on itch.io, or at least in most cases, you will get a Steam code as soon as itch.io gives them. As soon as itch.io does. So that's a thing. I bought one of their packs that guaranteed that I would get every game they ever posted again to itch.io. And then played them. I used the itch.io version for Digital Homicide 2. Cheered the shit out of it. They released Krog Wars and Starship Nova Strike almost immediately thereafter, and then I got my keys within a few hours in order to actually do a Steam review, which I did not do for quite some time, actually, because I felt the video in question actually made the statement quite clearly. Okay, this game is crap, and I played each one for like 20 or 30 minutes, and so did my my producer at the time. So he just kind of let's see. He did the same thing to Gnarl Tooth's Revenge, which we then proved he had another game of the same type. Was mentioned a couple of different times in Review the Developer, Digital Homicide, whatever numbers. To belittle a defamation case for the plaintiff against an exceptionally large media outlet, which Brandino follows very closely as primary motivation to attack the plaintiff. He's talking about Jim Sterling. And then he asked for a refund, which is his right according to Valve. Let's see.
Well, they seem to be under the mistaken impression that refunding a game removes the capability of being protected under fair use for the purposes of leveling criticism.
Nope, you had the game.
It does not.
If you had a legal copy of the game at the time you were playing it, then it doesn't matter whether it was returned or not. Copyright strike mentioned to be false was done in an attempt to stop thousands upon thousands of individuals coming from the media outlet and attacking a store forum page while using the plaintiff's content in a video. It's not your content. It's not actually your content. You say stop being your content at that point. The minute somebody started making a video, for the most part, as far as copyright's concerned, you can use bits and pieces of content and such, but
this also speaks very much to he still has absolutely no understanding of the concepts behind transformative work and how fair use actually works.
I don't think he's got all that much knowledge of copyright law itself. Not that very many people do, but anybody that's been working on YouTube for any length of time gets a fair idea of what people think is copyrightable. That's why I don't use the mute. I turn the sound off on Greenlight when I do Greenlight gatherings.
Yeah, the music industry is dick.
Very. Brandino finally states he may do over-the-top style review YouTube channel in an excessive or exaggerated manner. Well, lots of people do that. It's actually good entertainment if you watch. The plaintiff's good name, which I'm inclined to think you don't actually have at this point, is directly used twice in attachment 25. Post announcement to the harassment group. We need Valve to ban digital homicide, which we can check. Reports on profile and games, which apparently didn't happen very much. So nothing was done. So Valve must not have thought it was harassment.
The use of their good name is James and Robert Romine.
Yeah.
Actually name dropping their actual names.
By this time, though, their names were already public knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay. There's something else that was said by John 144. Which isn't actually the person being sued in this particular segment. The plaintiff's production output has been reduced to less than 5% of production capability and has caused mass disorganization and forced the plaintiff to write this paperwork instead of making games. Actually, we haven't forced you to do anything. You're doing this because you're a snot. And yes, that's my opinion. And I'm entitled to it.
The 5% of production capability. So how many games are you able to produce per day?
Well, he talks in the last one. He talked about 1,000 hours being 5 titles. This, and he cranks that up even more. He's put in over 11,000 hours in the last 2.75 years. Legal study, legal paperwork, business effort, model setup and organization, and coding almost 1 million lines of Sharp C code. That's not a language. A plaintiff put an enormous amount of work into Dungeons of Cragmore. Dungeons of Cragmore released January 29, 2016. It was still attacked on launch day and destroyed financially. Actually, believe it or not, James, Dungeons of Cragmore was dead long before that, during its early access period, and some of us actually had some halfway nice things to say about it, even though your behavior was
complete
crap.
It didn't completely suck. It was just bland and forgettable.
Yeah, it was, and the thing most of the reviewers had to say about it was that
it was a departure from their usual level of crap.
Yeah.
And actually showed some potential.
Let's see. At least one competitor immediately left a 5-minute bad review on it without actually attempting to play it. He may be talking about me. This individual's removed the review within the past month. Nope, that wasn't me. I don't remove reviews. But the damage was done within the first 5 hours on initial product launch. You can't prove that. This mentioned competitor, may be discovered further by subpoena, and if more involvement is uncovered, then will be added by amendment. Okay, fine by me. July 15, July 2015, 2016. Ooh, evidence only. Brandino posted, "Don't worry, we have Jim Sterling to come to our rescue." We did not, as of July of 16, we did not.
This indicates collaboration with Jim Sterling.
Who is the defendant in another case the plaintiff smile. Holy shit! I mentioned of Jim Sterling. Okay. All right. That's fucking Yeah, they might try and name Jim Sterling. Oh, I've completely lost it now. Oh, wow. That's impressive. Of
course, you know what this means. This means that I will probably get sued sooner or later by Digital Homicide, and the fact that Jim Sterling posted my video on featured my video on his Facebook page for a while means that we're obviously in cahoots together.
Oh yeah, Jim's part of the conspiracy, so he could theoretically be named. Yeah, okay, what's going on? This has been going on for over a year and a half.
By the way, just saying, Jim Sterling is not a member of our group. Just saying.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
No, I'm very much aware of that. Yeah, he is not. Also, Jim Sterling and I have had no direct conversations at any time ever.
Hey, Kitty, you still here? Haven't heard from you in a bit. Okay. Just making sure you weren't feeling left out.
I'm always left out.
Oh, you're welcome to make comments if you want to, because right now we're finally degenerating to the point where it's just going to be snarky. We're at least
no. I'm going to. I'm moving in with Anita Sarkeesian.
Yeah, actually, this is the sort of shit that this is the kind of thing I would expect out of Anita Sarkeesian, John McIntosh, or Zoe Quinn, or. You know, Brianna Wu would do this. I mean, what is this? You've gone completely over the deep end. You're well on your way down through the Marianas Trench. Actually, that's a lie. You've already hit faster than light speeds, and you're currently on your way to the Pleiades. Just gone. You're looking for a habitable planet in some other system at this point. Just fucking wow. Let's see, March 14, 2016. Jane / Brandino posts to the harassment group falsely saying the plaintiff's bundle is vote rigging. When over 15 sites advertise their products in a similar manner.
Just because 15 other site advertisements do the same thing doesn't mean it isn't vote rigging.
Yes, this is true, and I'm not
it's
sure if
very
Brandino
common practice on Greenlight.
I'm not sure that Brandino is even a game developer. I don't think he is.
No,
I really
he's
don't.
Not.
So
he's not.
Over 15 sites advertise their products. And that's worded very vaguely.
Yeah.
Very vaguely. Are they talking about their own products, or are they talking about Brandino's products? This game directly asked for yes votes and was greenlit. It was made by one of the plaintiff's direct competitors. Ooh. So they are talking about somebody else's game. Find me attachment 29, please. Herding dogs. I'm not even sure who. I've never seen that game. Let's see.
Yeah, it's a very bad photocopy.
Herding Dog. It's on. It's on Steam for $3, and we don't know who made it.
I'm looking at the Greenlight page right now. Nope, get out of here.
Nope, it's Zix. Oh, I see what's going on. Ha ha ha. This is James. This is James assuming that Demon Sword owns Black Shell Media. And Black Shell Media was, oh man, they're all
Black Shell Media's LLC Workshop.
What?
So that is proof that they own Black Shell Media.
Yeah, Zix Games, was represented by Black Shell Media, but the claim that Demon Sword owns Black Shell Media is false on its face. So,
Black Shell
huzzah!
Media is
Black
a
Shell
distribution
Media now
group.
has Black Shell Media could go for slander here
Yeah.
easily, peacefully, quietly. They didn't enjoy it. Actually, this would be libel. Let's see. It was made by one of the plaintiff's direct competitors, and now that competitor may actually be a publisher now, not having to go through Greenlight. Back to Basic Gaming creates Gleam giveaways to attract traffic to generate interest in their games. I don't even know where Back to Basic Gaming came from. They exist. I've heard of them, but and I saw one. We saw the Greenlight Gathering yesterday. We saw a couple games from them, but we don't know anything else about them. We don't know that anybody had anything else. Anybody named or even might be named here. Well, anybody named had anything to do with it. Oh, hello, Mr. Dwarf Ninjas. Welcome to the stream. Dwarf Ninjas writes, well, aside from the fact that Dragon Femsy is my girlfriend, she gave me the glares for that. And Jasu, I don't know who Jasu is now saying that he has legal documents to my account. It's been one wacky thing with them. I think he's talking about James. Yeah, Back to Basics Gaming is a bad publisher unrelated to Black Shell Media. Yeah, so I don't even know where this came from. They don't seem to be related to anything except they publish games on Steam. Quote-unquote publish games on Steam. And that's not a way to bypass Greenlight anymore, not unless you're a major publisher, which neither Black Shell Media or Back to Basics Gaming is, because they both got shit on Greenlight right now. Brandino, that was actually an attachment I saw that Brandino said they were more likely to become mass murderers than actually be a respected game devs. Well, okay, fine. I think that's probably almost accurate, considering they made of their own name all by their little lonesomes, including their real names. Yeah, I can see where that might be. Here's the continual harassment thing. The distributor system is set up as a conveyor belt. It is not if a game will make it win. No votes will slow or stop product entry into market, and reports can cause a product to be marked incompatible, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. It's encouraged not only to vote no, but to report games for no legitimate reason other than opinion bias, and you can't prove that. And Valve takes false reporting very seriously. Okay. Leader and primary harasser and organizer in the hate and harassment group. Let's see. Serve statements of idiot, incompetent, stupid, and other mental comparisons to the plaintiff by name. Well, okay. If the shoe fits.
Incompetent isn't a mental state.
No, incompetent is actually provable fact. You can't post a game that's even remotely bug free unless you've got it wholesale, and then you don't make the changes that you need to even on your project flips to prevent evidence from existing that you did a project flip. Five different versions to Sarah to the Rescue, plus a bunch of others you replaced almost all the assets on, that all share the same save game scores. Yeah. And on the upper left-hand corner are all Sarah to the Rescue. Sha. Let's see. Okay, multiple websites and forums, none of which apparently are going to be named today. Interference with business. relations Steam greenlight interference in over 60 games the plaintiff has submitted to publishing. There's lots of people you could say that about, to be perfectly honest. Probably more than the 100 you're asking for. But at the same time, if your game looks like shit, your game looks like shit. I mean, that's just all. Beating all the blood out of all the women's. I mean, 6 nights at Sushi's. What the hell was that shit? One ball to win. You must play. You must have somebody else to play with you, or you can't actually play the fucking game. So
actually, Brandino should sue them for stalking, because when a user is posting his opinion in 60 games on greenlights that are not associated with Digital Homicide, why do they know about that? So they are stalking members of our group. Good job, Digital Homicide.
Actually, this is this makes the statement the
that's over 60 games the plaintiff has submitted for publishing. So apparently, somehow, over the past 2 years, they have made
60 games.
About
60
their own games.
Over 60 games.
Over 60
that's
games.
Accurate.
That's at least 2.5 games a month upon the calculations of Reaper. I haven't done that. I haven't done those mental gymnastics, and I frankly don't need to. Anybody that's actually really made a game would know that that's not the way you do that. It takes me longer than 2.5 days to. Hell, it takes me almost a month to build a proper freaking design doc for a game. Unless I have.
They uploaded a reskin of one game. I think 12 or 15 reskins in less than 30 minutes of the same game.
Yep.
100 more examples, blah, blah, blah. If any more direct evidence is needed. Some may be subpoenaed from the distributor due to project having been removed from the distributor from harassment issues. Plaintiff said it repeatedly banned from multiple forums this user who is not a customer who continue. Okay. Well, fine. Be that way. Whether he's a customer or not is irrelevant. He's part of the public, and you put those things out there for the public to vote on. Therefore, let's see, 9/4/2016, Operation Global Shield, much in the same manner to the other games. I have not played Operation Global Shield. I've been actually dreading doing so. Harassed main good reviewer of the game, specifically attacking the plaintiff regardless of how good the game was. See attachment 33. The reviewer had stated the game was an excellent buy for the price. Well, okay. If it's even remotely bug-free, you were selling it for 59 cents. Or 49 cents or something like that. It was like less than $1. For a permanent injunction / cease and desist order on Brandino's accounts and IP address. So, you want them gone. You want Brandino just fucking gone. Scorched earth. That's okay.
So you realize that most people's internet access utilizes what is called DHCP, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any idea? Does anyone have any idea what DHCP is? Dynamic Host Client Protocol. You are issued an IP address from your ISP. Those IP addresses change unless you purchase a static IP address, which means in order for that IP address to be banned, that block of IPs would have to be banned.
Yes.
Which would affect other Steam users as well.
Okay, we're going to skip over Ghana since it looks like it's going to be a lot of the same thing. Ghana acts as an intelligence organizer for the group. Oh boy. The plaintiff warned of possible pending lawsuit a few times. That is in fact a threat. That's a direct threat. You actually didn't warn of a lawsuit. You threatened them. And we even covered some of that bad behavior in another review of the developer, in which we featured footage of Krog Wars. Or not Krog Wars, Dungeons of Cragmore. And you talking shit about to Mello and myself about lawsuits and shit. So, hooray. The primary communicator on disk gets a common communication used to post on the Jimquisition, Jim Sterling's forum, and Jim Sterling's forum locations. Jim's being dragged in again.
Well, it's because this is all Jim's faults, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Obviously.
Several Jimquisition articles ultimately cost the plaintiff well over $1 million and caused massive public hate and harassment upon the plaintiff. Well, you know, if you weren't making shit games, they wouldn't even know. Another game called Suits gave out 25,000 keys for vote traffic, and they're looking for vote rigs. That's them admitting to vote rigging. The same week the plaintiff was destroyed, and it was greenlit, and now for sale. Also, it is not for sale at this time. A competitor in lower cost games on the distributor. Well, fine. John 144. Stealing clip art. Well, we already figured that part out. We've already covered it. John 44 was the primary administrator for Trashware at that time, on the 7th of January. Triton, give or take a little. When did he actually step back?
Wait. Wow. That's, I don't know, 6 or 7 months ago. Something like that.
So we're talking about January to February.
I think
as of the time of that writing, he was not the main administrator for the group. So screw that. AKA Romino Brothers. So now they're bitching because John misspelled their name, probably by intent. Really enjoying his popcorn. I bet a bunch of people in the chat right now are enjoying a little popcorn. How about it, chat? You guys got enough popcorn? Somebody get those guys some popcorn.
It's funny that they don't name me or any of my streams where I rip apart digital homicide games, even shooter tactics, and shooter tactics not only once, I think twice or 3 times already. Yeah. Romine, be my guest the next stream coming up.
Yes, please. You can turn up for Review the Developer Digital Homicide 9. We'll actually talk to you. We'll even be human beings. Let's see. I was also the leader and founding member of the harassment/hate group. Well, okay. Founding member is probably not a stretch. But he isn't currently the leader and hasn't been for months now. Right. He's subpoenaing information. Plaintiff took the money and left. Project's budget was destroyed by its initial launch discount being improperly released by forces out of the plaintiff's control. Well, okay. Fair enough. A 5-month-long work effort. I'm not even sure what game they're talking about. Now here's HDI. Over 100 times in harassment. Let's see. First showing interest is the first post showing interest as to competitor information. Let's see.
Attachment 46. Gotta skip way down here. Oop.
All right. But assisted suicide should be easy to accomplish, as there are plenty of people willing to help kill the plaintiff. And plaintiff's name was used in the thread.
Let's see. The attachment 46 is a snip of statements. First from HGI. How many games do you need to have on Steam before you become a trusted publishing partner? This didn't go through Greenlight under this name, and all details on Greenlight suddenly vanish. Nope, not having it.
Where I'm not where. Look, oh, you skipped a bit. The users believe to have a company startup in London may have multiple Greenlight accounts. How about we use actual English? Trade names do not need to be registered in Arizona and work as a sole proprietor. Right. Yes, actually you do. I don't know if that's actually the case in Arizona, but on the federal level, yes, you do have to have those for tax purposes. And you are suing in a federal court,
on the federal
not an
level,
Arizona
you do.
court.
Some states you do not.
It's incredibly wise to do so in this state, especially for business and occupations taxes, because they take a dim view of you dodging those. Let's see. It's easy to make an error in these fields when setting a product to publish, as there are a great deal of fields and steps to perform. Well, that means that you screwed up and not HGI. At times develops troubleshoots markets and supports its own games. I have yet to see you perform any kind of support in your own forums or anywhere else that you had any level of control over. HGI, including harassing posts from forum moderators, bans for breaking forum rules. It's usually supported others in attempts to harass and put the plaintiff out of business. Well, you're apparently still in business, Mr. Romine, because you can, as near as I can figure, as near as I've heard, you guys declared bankruptcy in 2014, right before Sterling. Robert sat down to talk to Sterling, and as such, you shouldn't be able to. It's going to be at least what 4 and 3/4 years. Before you can do it again.
Was this personal or business bankruptcy?
It would be personal bankruptcy. He's suing as a person.
7 years.
7 years. For businesses, that can go a little differently.
Yeah.
All right.
If I remember correctly, don't take that as fact, though. I may be misremembering, but to the best of my faulty memory, I believe it is 7 years for personal bankruptcy.
That's always been my impression. So, wow. Yeah, they wrote this. James wrote this himself. Let's see, May 28th. Rigging green light when it is common practice to advertise traffic, and the double comment in regards to theft. Torrents are free downloads, and some individuals use torrents freely download paid assets, which would be theft. I agree. Then HCI blatantly states theft. Well, you, again, are going to have a hard time proving that. We've only got about 50 or so more to slice.
Chapter 7 is 8 years. Chapter 13 is 3 to 5 years.
Mm-hmm. Which still gives them quite a while before they can file for bankruptcy again. Or at least he can. Let's see. Yes.
Maybe you could make a pause on the stream for 3 minutes.
Yeah, okay. I think we could probably do that. All right, guys. 3 minutes. 3-minute break. I'm going to go grab some more water, and I will be back. Let me go ahead and mute the desktop audio for the folks. You guys can have a look at that here for a moment. All right. We can now speak if that's what you want to do, or you're looking for a break yourself. Okay, you're welcome to do that anytime. Well, you're welcome to interrupt. It's your leisure. Okay, we can do that. It's easy enough to do. Staring at everybody creepily until we return. Okay. Okay. I should probably do the same. Let's give it a couple minutes, and then we'll... Okay, why? Or do you have some information? It's just going to be quiet over there for them. Or do you need me to? Or do you need to be able to reset your machine or something like that? Okay, give me a second. Okay, I haven't dropped any frames recently. Let me just grab this here. Okay, we're back, folks. We just had to check a little something on our end. Sorry about that. We're actually back and ready to roll. Sid will be back momentarily. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick thing here.
I'm back.
Okay, welcome back, Sid. And I will. Let me just grab something here. And there was a reason I didn't want to completely drop the steam. There's a reason I didn't want to do the thing here. Where'd you go, Carl? Since we're about to start talking about you, let me just grab all the things here. All right, Carl Pilkington, come on down. You are the next contestant on answer people when they yell at you. We're gonna get your comments here on what they're doing. Just go ahead. I just sent you a link on Steam for the so that you can come in here and hang with us for a little while, and then we'll do Drakmore after you because he's the last one listed. All right then. I'll be right back while we wait for Carl. Be right with you.
Come on, Carl, the leader of the harassment group. Now moderators are leaders. Like Digital Homicide thinks they are developers, so yeah, that makes sense in their kind of logic.
I just don't understand this thing about thinking that criticism is necessarily a bad thing.
You have to think like the Romines.
Well, you have to understand when you make games, quote unquote games, you don't want criticism. You don't want, they don't ascribe to the even bad. There is no such thing as bad publicity or anything like that. A lot of larger publishing companies and games developers quite readily espouse open criticism and open critiques because they actually look to improve their products because they know the value of producing a good product makes people want to buy your games in the future. Whereas developers like Digital Homicide tend to ascribe to the shovelware method, where you just get things out the door as quickly as possible because there's always somebody new there. And you don't care about the publicity, just lowest minimal effort possible. And you try to make up the income through quantity over quality.
Yeah, that's not a good way to do that. I spoke to my in-house economist about that. Carl Pilkington unfortunately does not seem to have a microphone. He can respond to whatever he wants to in the chat. So that's all good. We will get Drakmore in. We will get Drakmore in when we finish with what they put there with Carl's here. Carl Pilkington accused the plaintiff by association by a good name and trade name association of stealing artwork created by Laszlo of DeviantArt. Laszlo did actually state so, but we were in the process of that a bunch of people dropped off to inform him. So inform him of this. And whereupon he was told that he didn't have any access or any information as to who might have bought his products that were placed up for sale on Shutterstock. He gets a share, and he kind of, I think if I remember correctly, he said at that time that he kind of regretted doing that. But again, if you need money, that's what you do. It's a suspected. Yeah. We've already seen that one. The plaintiff submits the entire Steam community at steamcommunity.com and Greenlight System comment and forum sections as an exhibit for this complaint. You are wow. You just put the entirety of Steam, all several million of them on notice with that. 300 times over 15 months.
The entirety of the Steam subscribership are all bad people, and Carl Pilkington is its leader.
Okay.
States that a customer of the plaintiff is being quote, you are the problem, or at least a big part of it, as shown in attachment 51. Not going to deny that at this point, but actually it looks like Carl was kind of short here. All right, let me grab Drakmore then. All right, Drakmore, come on down. You're the next contestant on DigiHom Sues You. Yeah, you said something negative about their games, and therefore they're going to sue the shit out of you. Ooh, Carl just sent me a link here. And let's have a look. Looks terrible. Let's see. Here we go. I bought their Greenlight bundle on itch for 99 cents. Each of their games has cards, blah, blah, blah. All right.
Yeah, that's the attachment as well.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
the
He was actually telling that person that they are the problem.
Yeah.
Not Digital Homicide.
Yeah, not Digital Homicide. They're the problem.
The people that buy these crap games just for the cards.
Yeah.
They are the problem.
They are.
That's
actually,
what that statement says.
Carl,
please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I definitely don't want to speak for you directly, but judging from this statement, that's what it appears to be here. That you were referencing this commenter and telling them that they're the problem, not Digital Homicide itself.
Well, Digital Homicide said that he was harassing a customer.
That's harassing a customer?
It was harassing the customer.
I see.
Everybody get, and we're going to go down here we're going to go down a little bit here very shortly because we're almost done with the bits of complaint. We're actually going to drop into the prayer for their prayer for relief at the end of this here, and you guys will want to have your oven mitts ready, your face palm. For the face palms that will ensue. Oh. Okay. Hello, Drakmore. Welcome to the stream. A little rough there.
Hello.
Greetings. So, are you ready for what they said about you? Yeah, we can hear you. You're doing fine.
All right.
At attachment 54, Jane/John Doe 11, also known as Drakmore, states the complaint is threatening people, and that you get a kick out of it. True or false? Do you get a kick out of it when the plaintiff threatens people, specifically the lawsuits?
It's more like slapstick humor when you watch a clown hurt themselves. This is like a similar incident.
Yeah.
But yes, I do get some kind of enjoyment out of watching them bumble through what they do.
Which is also this is also odd how, let me bring this back up here because I can't actually.
That is I agree. Triton says that's a nice metaphor there.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I would have to agree. You made a statement that Operation Global Shield snuck past Greenlight, and that it should not have been greenlit. Actually, there have been games that are greenlit on much less. Never mind that 54/48% totals up to 102. there are a great many games. Actually, there are at least a few games, or at least there was the last time I got to have a look at the Greenlight DB before the API was instituted in such a way as to prevent it. There were a few games that have been greenlit on as few as 5% positive votes,
which
Wow.
is very, very much in keeping. Yeah, one thing that a lot of people don't understand about the green light process, it doesn't get green light if it's a majority vote yes. It's a green light if there's enough people
votes.
voting yes to warrant a profit for having the game on the servers, the maintenance and everything like that, and upkeep for maintaining that data on the servers and everything else. As long as there's profit there for Valve, it'll get through Greenlight.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's a majority no, as long as there's enough yes there to make it worth their while.
Actually, they don't even seem to count the no votes. They look at they look only at the number of yes votes, and then they go back and they manually review them to see if somebody's been vote rigging or doing other such shit.
Which this is clearly just a statement of opinion, and this in no way constitutes harassment in any way, shape, or form.
Right, because I have no idea how Greenlight works exactly. I don't think anyone really does, because they've obfuscated that so much.
Actually, believe it or not, the way the statements we just made are pretty much the way Greenlight operates. How many yes votes did you get?
All right.
5 of the titles lost due to this group's harassment efforts were also advertised with cash on the same site as Operation Global Shield, and $50,000 for the keys were handed out for advertising traffic. Well, hooray! You greenlit
so that's
Operation
for keys.
Operation Global Shield was greenlit long ago, actually, as it happens. Same with Paranormal Psychosis.
Don't even get me started on that game.
Yeah, I know, right? I actually had that one on Squirrel Play, and it was horrid. Drakmore mentions that the plaintiff should be what they should be doing in their eyes. It is these opinions that have been continually forced upon the plaintiff in an effort to control the plaintiff's business. In my little brain, that's not an effort to control your business. That's an effort to let you know that you're doing it wrong. How about you, Drakmore? Was that kind of your indicator?
Well, I have no idea what they're referencing, but I've always tried to say, look, here's something you're doing wrong. Maybe you should try not doing that and try garnering goodwill.
Which is, yeah, that's
so.
fair.
Welcome to the brain of James Romine, boys and girls, where constructive criticism constitutes illegality.
It constitutes harassment, criminal harassment. I mean, what's up with this? I don't think they know what harassment actually is.
We even gave them advice in the group a long time ago, but they just didn't give a shit. So yeah.
Well, apparently they don't.
They had that chance.
Yes, they did.
Actually, what I believe, they have never suffered harassment in their lives.
No,
because they do not understand the concept of harassment.
Okay, that makes them mightily sheltered. Let's see. The only reason the games sell is that giving away games for free for card revenue was the only reason the plaintiff was doing business. This is actually reasonably well documented. You give away the game for free. You've even made the statement several times that people buy the game and then they get the cards, they sell the cards, and they make their money back. You might as well be giving the games away for free anyway, because you're actually you make a cut out of every card.
With the release of Withering Kingdoms, the second one, I believe, that they have not under Digital Homicide as the publisher, I looked up their sales figures for it, and they had less than 1,000 users that owned it for a week. Then over on some giveaway Reddit, subreddit, they gave away like 30, 40,000 keys, and suddenly that many people owned the game with an average play time just long enough to get all the card drops.
Anywhere
And I
from
mentioned that, and they
anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. Yeah. The truth of the matter is these individuals have, okay, he's actually now completely separating things. The truth of the matter is these individuals have forced the plaintiff into the low price market because the plaintiff cannot devote large amounts of time to a game for fear of it being destroyed every time these harassers and other factors related to the situation. By these harassers, yeah. The plaintiff cannot charge a reasonable price for higher effort work as the attacks by these harassers detract from his value and create customer disinterest. This is you blaming us and the market
For
and
your
market
low
forces
quality
in
effort.
general for your low quality bullshit. There is
It's one thing
nothing
that-
true
there's
about
one
this.
there's one very important thing that the Romines have never been able to fail to grasp, and this states it perfectly here in that last paragraph, is the fact that if you put out something of quality, people will want to buy it and will be more willing to purchase your products in the future. If you consistently produce low or exceptionally poor quality products, people will openly criticize you, will openly critique your products, and rightfully so, as being low quality, and fewer people are going to be interested in your products, and you gain a reputation for that. So this is all your own doing, not the people on Steam. I'm sorry.
Okay. You made a statement there that's probably you made a statement here. Apparently, he says there, it must seem you something fierce knowing you cannot moderate this little section. When I assume that was a user review.
No, that was in a moderator comment because he had banned me for the point above where I mentioned the 58 and 48%, and for Withering Kingdom, and he had permanently banned me from that. And I told him as you can see, that it pissed him off that he could not moderate the moderator community moderation section.
Each of the 1,200 plus individuals, as a group, they are almost unstoppable. Each of the 1,200 plus individuals can comment on any green light and any game published. With 21 published games and at one point over 40 green light, this left over 73,000 locations that the plaintiff would have to look and ban an individual from defaming, harassing, interfering, or attacking statements on the plaintiff. 1,200 plus people.
Do they even know how many users are on Steam that are not in our group?
Millions.
Yeah. We are a pretty small group, just saying. There are groups with a few thousand people, so...
Yeah, there are groups with million plus membership sizes.
Well, then Digital Homicide, the one Digital Homicide, the Game Central thing we looked at earlier, has 134,000. So, are all those real people? I doubt it. I doubt it very strongly. I haven't looked far enough back. But I'm willing to bet I see a whole pile of bots all the way to the back. We've seen several other groups like that.
What I'm curious to know is where they're getting the 73,000 locations from that they have to moderate. Are they talking about checking every single person's post logs?
That's what I assume.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I assume.
They mean exactly that. So they talk about stalking us to see what we post.
Basically, he's attempting to cite example that he has no way to stop the quote-unquote harassment that he is experiencing.
Oh, this is outstanding. I love this. Drakmore leads others with the statement that reviews and comments are disabled on itch.io where the plaintiff sells bundles. I've never seen a place on itch.io where you could put comments in. $10 of sales came from this site's traffic. The plaintiff's traffic directed over 600 times this amount of sales to that site, generating income for itch that it would never have gotten on its own. You mean you are directly responsible for itch being as good as it is, or having the sort of income that it does? That seems awfully arrogant.
Yeah, even Itch decided at one point to take off every game from Digital Homicide.
Well, they're up currently. Actually, they've been shadow banned on Itch.io. You can't just search Digital Homicide, but if you have the page is still present if you already have a link. And no, I'm not going to be telling anybody what that link is.
No, please don't.
Tech Raptor. Tech Raptor has it posted, sadly.
We can't. I can't stop Tech. I can't, in good conscience, ask Tech Raptor to take that down. All of this traffic was from the plaintiffs community group, which is made up of people familiar with the plaintiff. Again, these harassers interfered with this business arrangement. Itch.io removed the plaintiff's games from the search engine, making it more difficult for paying customers to find. Yeah, as they shadow banned them. It shows tracking effort in attempting to discover how the plaintiff managed to get a recent game to publish stage. That would be Operation Global Strike, I assume. And it's not unreasonable to do that. If you don't remember seeing it on Steam, you're going to want to know how it got there. Or on Greenlight, you're going to want to know how it got on Steam. Okay?
Yeah, they're trying to say that gathering information is stalking and harassing.
No, that's
the very thing that they've done for this.
It's basic. That's just basic. Really, all that is basic journalism. We'd have to have evidence of what they've done, or what they were trying to do. Displayed entertainment and personal satisfaction in annoying and attempting to interfere with the plaintiff's business practices. Well, I know a lot of people are entertained by watching us do these things. I got a bunch of people in the chat right now being very entertained watching us tear these people open. As a group, all member of Digital Homicide's poop game / trashware are in conspiracy to perform harassment. No, they're not. And not specifically of you. There's actually a bunch of developers that are on that blacklist. Have fun with that. By sheer number of negative votes don't. Since we already know that negative votes do not affect your Steam rating, we already know that you're having an issue here. Can heavily delay and destroy a game's ability to be brought to market. No, it's the only thing we could do is prevent people from voting yes. And even if we weren't doing that, they'd still have a hard time voting yes because, well, yeah, because you're you at this point. I'm going to have to say. As the distributor is the primary location where starting developers can sell their harassers. I think you missed a few words there.
Buffering.
What?
Buffering.
We're having
Are we
a buffering issue.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
Well, let me just check something here.
Well, this is not anymore.
Not anymore. Okay, yeah, no,
no.
Yeah, we got a little bit. We got a little bit going on here. Hold on, I need to. Let me cut something out here. I'll just check all my locations here and make sure that everything's doing what it's supposed to be doing. The downloads are paused, so that's not a thing. We may be getting I may be getting some kind of an upload or something, or download or something. No, actually, we're getting right back to. We should be okay. All right. Yeah, it looks stable right now. We probably just had a weather anomaly or something. It's a cell modem, folks. So, without $100,000, you can't get cable. All right. Can sell they're the harassers, because you're missing words there now. And attackers' actions actually determine the worldwide market for PC game distribution. It looks like you tried to copy paste something in the middle of there.
I think you did.
You kind of missed something here. And what can make it to be for sale? Well, if Greenlight didn't exist, it would be even worse. The fact that these individuals cannot accurately monitor all submissions and in fact cannot battle certain community groups with large numbers of supporters creates an unfair and biased entry to the market in a manner that is harassing and devastating to new and upcoming developers. No, it's called a barrier to entry.
Okay, this is also straight up SJW bullshit here.
Yes.
They've also got over 10 times our number of members.
Yeah.
So they cannot, say that we're blocking them.
Okay. Just to let you know, guys, the video is actually being recorded in 720p, and if it doesn't maintain that, I will re-upload the entire the stream in its entirety. It is specifically stated in attachment 52 by a developer considering joining this group. Wouldn't it be a kind of conflict if I'm an active member of the group when I propose another game on Greenlight? No, not really. One of the leaders, Triton. Now you've been mentioned, Triton. You may giggle.
Yeah.
We have more devs in the group. Don't worry. This is most definitely a conflict of interest in any individual that is a developer is at least twice as responsible for interference with business as the other harassers in the harassment group.
Victim mentality.
Hey, Drac,
Okay,
we're getting some noise from
You know, actually, there are a few developers who decided after joining our group not to show the public what they are developing or not putting their concepts as a game on Greenlight. So they took the chance to learn from being a member of the group. Some decided to harass members as well as Digital Homicide. Those are kicked and banned. I won't tell any names, but members of the group know who I mean. You never heard of those developers again, but yeah, they have their games on Greenlight and they're happy now. Yeah, that's about it for those developers. But yeah, there are a lot of devs in the group, and we don't even know who is a developer. We could check everyone, but why would we? We are an open group, and we don't censor anybody and give everybody the chance to speak up. Even BMC, for example. BMC asked us several times how to improve their games, how to be a better developer and stuff. We told them over and over again, and they just shit in our faces.
Okay, here's one that's interesting. In attachment 53, it's shown that two of the leaders have a discussion on keys for vote traffic, blah, 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 and the distributor has only stated that it makes it harder to determine consumer interest. This is true on the part of the distributor. Vote traffic
Two
does
of the
make...
leaders. That's not even true, because the one mentioned, Lindian45 is a moderator, not a leader, and Ghana is one of the two leaders, if you want to call us leaders. I like to call us admins. Ghana is one, and I'm the second one. But yeah, Lindian is not a leader. He's just a moderator and also a developer who stopped developing his game because it didn't meet his own quality standards.
Right. This has been left open for individuals to use keys to do so, and the plaintiff has been singled out by both the distributor and this harassment group in attempts to block business. The distributor is a subsidiary of a competitor, and some elements within the distributor have similar interests as this group. That means that Steam is also included. Or excuse me, Valve is directly included. You've just made an accusation against Valve, Mr. Man. This is not cool. With the above paragraphs, the plaintiff asserts there's no legitimate purpose for this group, which Triton was already kind enough to cover for us. It is specifically stated his desire to put the plaintiff out of business and gathers forces to do deeds that meet that purpose. Or to meet that purpose. As such, any active member of this group that votes as a group competitor or not a competitor is liable for the causes of action stated in this case. Per agency and vicarious liability stated below, any employer, agency, or publisher that is tied to any member of this group for performing acts shares equal liability. So they want to get you fired on top of everything else. Out fucking standing. The PT, these fuckers should fucking die.
They even, I don't know if they have been talking to you or Sid in one of the videos about Dungeons of Cragmar a few months ago.
It was me and Mello. It was Mello and I that they talked to, and they were quite.
Oh, Mello, okay.
They were actually human beings till they figured out who the hell I was.
Yeah, and they talked about going after the company poop games.
So,
that was when I started to laugh so hard because we are not a company, we are just a group on Steam.
According to Mr. Romine here, this last statement here also implies that the IT consulting firm that I work for is somehow liable for personal statements made by me on Steam or my YouTube channel
Okay.
because they employ me.
It is not the plaintiff's responsibility to inform these individuals of business dealings. Well, you know what? It is the duty of any putative journalist to do that. It is not your responsibility. This is true, but if we can find out, then we're entitled to do that because that's actually freedom of the press. Developers' names were used because a different contract was signed, and no more titles will be published under Digital Homicides LLC for specific business reasons. This is all. Yeah, I think the last two were published by "quote unquote" Digital Homicide Studios, not Digital Homicide LLC.
Digital Homicide Studios LLC.
Ooh. As one example of dozens that are random individuals throughout the group and could be individuals stated here on alternate accounts. Attachment 56 is a user stating that he was DDoSed by the plaintiff after this user said something on the plaintiff's greenlight submission. Or that the plaintiff would even have any reason to do such a thing. The plaintiff would have plenty of reasons, and we wouldn't put it past him to pull some shit like that. But we again don't actually have any proof that it was the plaintiff that did it. But the correlation was significant.
The correlation is significant, but also at the same time, I have severe doubts it was actually them, because in my personal opinion, I have severe doubts about their technological competency to be able to perform something like that.
Well, there is programs out there that make DDoSing
well, actually,
extremely
that's a very
easily.
good point. You can go out there right now and buy a piece of software to DDoS someone. It costs like $5.
Yep.
So I would draw my statement because you can just buy something to do it for you.
Yep. Plaintiff's game forums and greenlight submissions to both interfere with business and go to the plaintiff repeatedly over 2,000 times by individuals and 20,000 times by this group's members and others assisting from their supporting YouTube channel. By this, I assume he means myself, Sid, and Jim Sterling. So yeah, that's hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious and bullshit to go with it. Okay. Let's see. Hundreds of more examples of the above information are available. If summary judgment is not achieved, the plaintiff will supply significant amounts of additional evidence, blah. This is just explaining some of the attachment. 2 large media outlets specifically spread these false statements of harassment to put the plaintiff into bad light. It doesn't look like they say who those were, but it's on 61. Agency and vicarious liability. All defendants, agencies, employers, and publishers who supported via public representation a lack of action to deter the defendants are therefore liable to the plaintiff for the acts, which means you're going to sue everybody on the fucking planet now, quite literally. First cause of action, and this goes into where they think... This goes into... In this case, they're just repeating themselves. The listed punishment under criminal law, that's a criminal thing, so it doesn't even apply. If 2 or more persons depriving persons of rights or privileges, in this case, right of due care, I should think that a lot of us went through a lot of due care to do that. Right of not being subject to others bearing false witness, the right to do business, then the plaintiff has the right to damages resulting from those persons' actions. Plaintiff has suffered emotional distress. You freaking out does not constitute a problem on my part. That's all I got to say about that. Financial loss and damages, loss of reputation, financial strife. You know, if you didn't make shit games, you'd have a better reputation.
Also, you have to remember that all of this does in no way quantify an inability of Digital Homicide LLC or James Romine from doing business. No one is preventing them from making games. No one is preventing them from selling games. What is happening is they're having a harder time of selling their games, which is a difference. Steam is a storefront, very much the same as a digital outlet. It's the internet version of going down to your corner store and buying something. Steam is not digital homicide. If it makes it hard to sell the product on Steam storefront, this still does not quantify digital homicide not being able to do business.
Okay, and in fact, we can prove they can do business. They've got 2 games up on Google Play and almost their entire library up on.
They're up on Amazon.
And they're up on Amazon right now.
With negative reviews.
With negative reviews, no less. They got 2 one-star reviews on.
Charging on Amazon than they were charging on Steam.
Yes. Disorderly conduct. Noise being defined as a sound, blah, blah, blah. If you exercise your free license in violation of these rules, you may be excluded from the mall. Well, okay. Sure. The American Civil Liberties Union is a group of lawyers and other advocates. They are not a legislative body. You should not be arrested for trespass under state law in an area that's open to the public unless you intentionally interfere with the establishment's business, for example, by obstructing or intimidating its customers. Well, no intimidation has happened that I know of. Third cause of action, stalking all defendants. And they're just going to do that under Arizona law, which may or may not actually apply in a federal court, depending on exactly how it is. Harassment, in which they again cite Arizona law. Criminal impersonation.
It is literally illegal.
Subject to amendment. Tortious intentional interference with contractual relations with Digital Homicide Studios, LLC. All defendants. They got in between, libel per se. Let's see what else is. Unjust enrichment, all defendant competitors. Jane/John Doe 1 and 9, subject to amendment. They again define.
So in unjust enrichment, meaning they're actually improving their own profits at the expense of Digital Homicide, which would mean that Demon Lord actually published his game.
Demon Sword, yes, he did.
Did he though?
Actually, no, he didn't. Black Shell Media published it. Competitors is defined as any defendant with a financial interest in the PC games market. This includes, but is not limited to YouTubers, game developers, defendants planning on entering the market in the future, Twitch streamers, and artists. So there's that again. So they didn't list artists twice this time, and they got them in a different order. So apparently they actually wrote that. Let's see. 10th cause of action: restitution. Please cause of action for restitution. The defendant's action caused direct damage to sales, destruction of property prior to access to market. The crippled the plaintiff's financial capabilities doing peak market time opportunities. Red, we had our shit taken down during a sale. And of course they go for negligence here. We didn't think about their fees. Damages and self-representation fees. Well, just like that. Moving on.
Here on the chat, J Dude brought the aspect of they are bringing articles of criminal law on a civil case.
Yes, they are, and we've made a note of that already. J Dude also said, planning on entering the market describes every kid on the planet who likes YouTube or video games. Dwarf Ninja says that he has games planned. I've got lots of games planned too.
Demon Sword actually acted on the lawsuit.
What? Yes,
he posted something about it.
Yeah, so Sid's got those. We'll cover those in a few minutes. Actually, literally a few minutes. Let's see. Bearing false witness or encourage others to do so as a group against the plaintiff. Starship Nova Strike, Mini Attack Sub, Grimace's Journey, Coastal Carnage bombing run, Operation Battle Strike were assaulted and destroyed by the defendants. Blah, blah, blah. Events were the initial factor causing this interference with business and should be held accountable for their actions. Every user on Steam is a defendant here. Those products were under trade names, directly representing the plaintiff as sole proprietor at the time. Damages. At the time, damages. Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to even talk about the rest of it. Value per title, high to low. High to low end, 18,000 at time of loss to 5,000 current value, average per year to $11,500, at 5 years for a total of $517,500. All titles listed above were attacked within the green light system as submissions by the plaintiffs before Digital Homicide Studios LLC took under contract for direct involvement and attack upon 42 games posted to Greenlight in 2016 alone. Low end value $5,000 per title for 5 years for a total of $1,050,000. These 42 games were attacked within the Greenlight system as submissions, blah, blah, blah. For over 24 months of decreased production for both harassment, interfering with business, blah, blah, blah. Defendants the loss of over 40 titles that will never come to exist at above value of $5,000.
Decreased production. If they stopped filing lawsuits, maybe they could invest in making games and actually following the advice, not harassment, advice that is being given to them.
It doesn't even matter about that anymore. This is very much, it's fairly evident that it seems that what they're trying to do here is trying to push a lawsuit through so they can try and garner some money by settling out of court.
And they can't do that unless they have another lawyer. Let's see.
Or they know that none of these defendants would ever be able to pay that kind of money, so they're doing this to be spiteful, to try and destroy these people's personal lives.
Okay.
Well, it does mention that if they don't pay for the destruction of their
we're going to get
accounts-
there. We're going to get there.
right.
I'm saving that little surprise for last. Over 21 months of decreased production, blah, blah, blah. 21 months would be, and 40 titles that will never come to exist. You're talking about, what, 2 a month at bare minimum?
Yeah.
As I said earlier, we're talking about, we're talking about, I can't even get a decent design doc together in a month. You know, I've had a couple of design docs that have been in the process for a couple of years now, for a total of $1 million. This is a rough estimate, as James/John Doe interference cannot be accurately determined until subpoena filings are completed, data gathered is analyzed, and the complaint amended. All titles listed above were attacked within the Greenlight system with suspicions, blah, blah, blah. Continual business interference and product to market reduction caused by repeated harassment, blah. An estimated 1,500 hours that will be spent on legal work to self-represent this case over the next 3 years, which will be a detriment to the plaintiff's chosen profession, making crap games. The plaintiff's work creates cash flows rather than hourly payments, and as such has compounding value and therefore loss over time. With an estimated 4 product creations per month, and 5 hours work lost dealing with self-representation for this case. Excuse me.
But we just showed 2 per
But
month.
you just said 2 above. Over 21 months. Oh, that's right. We forgot all the games they put out in that time, too. So that's another 60 titles. Let's see. An estimated loss over time restitution during critical market time is the minimum product lifetime loss of $500,000. This will be proven at trial or at time of summary judgment. Amount in controversy. Compensatory damages, $2,967,500. $5 million for emotional reputation and financial distress. Punitive damage, $10 million for a total of $17,967. The prayer. Let's do this. This is the funny part. Where they're going to break it all down. Punitive damages request for the sum of $909,000 and $90.90 per each of the 11 defendants to defer future false statements. Okay, here's the fun
Look at
part.
those numbers. did they? How did they get those numbers?
They pulled them out of their ass.
90909. Really? Did
Yeah,
they
4 5
get
4
advice
5
and-
4 5 4 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
I
The-
could answer, but then Kage would have to edit the video.
In the event that any defendant is outside the United States and the cause of action against them is won or defaulted upon, or a defendant is unable to financially repay damages caused, the plaintiff requests a court order that every account said defendant has on the distributor is permanently removed as punishment for the actions taken against the plaintiff. This permanent removal will be considered full reimbursement of damages for that defendant. And you fuckers think I'm the one being petty. That's just bullshit.
Yeah, Steam
going
ain't
to-
gonna do that.
You're going to take away my licenses to do that. You're going to take away every ability I have to cover PC games because this. Did I miss something here? Ah, I hate people like that. Oh, okay, that's it for this one. The link for this is actually in the description. The rest of you are welcome to do that, to peruse it at your leisure. We're actually going to, we're going to close all tabs. Stop telling me. Okay, now we're going to look at some of the other things that have gone on. Now, as we all know, Digital Homicide has been disappeared from Steam almost in their entirety. They still have their accounts, but that's about it. Okay, seeking legal representation. But before we actually do that, how about we have Sid, and this is at, and the website is easily available to you if you want to go look. Sid, you had a statement from Demon Sword to read out.
Yes, in response to my initial video, which I basically my initial video served its purpose because I'm pretty sure everyone listed on that account is on that legal document is well notified by now. Demon Sword did respond to me via email directly, and he stated that he was, of course, the top person on the published list of people DigiHom wants to sue. Let's see. As an individual Steam user, I'm not a member of the group that Digi cites, but I'm a developer who Digital Homicide feels they compete with. He did include an official statement, which I'll read off here for you guys. It's a little bit lengthy, and it does cite a couple of links that we'll just have to skip over. This is the official statement of Demon Sword Games in relationship to the Digital Homicide lawsuit. I am the developer of Tearfiend Cycle, link in the document, with a game I delayed launch for to basically redo from the ground up. I am in the process of updating store assets and then migrating to a different app ID. I am the very first and very prominent figure who is being attacked by Digital Homicide LLC. They seek not only my, but many others' personal information. James Romine claimed that he will be coming after me especially hard because he sees that I am a developer, ergo I am, in his eyes, a competitor. They claim that this information is that they could sue us individually, but I fear that their intentions may be more sinister. He made an official statement there on a Steam community link. But in short, James Romine of Digital Homicide claims that he will target me due to misstatements. The Digihom imposter account, No BS Gamer, which is a title topic here, or what misstatements I am not certain, he refuses to elaborate in public. When I asked him to explain or make his statements on the public forums, he declined. Now, I received a personal and very threatening letter from a party claiming to be Jim Romine Jr. The Google Plus account had his Steam icon as well. Now, in this email, I was essentially asked to cooperate in what may be a mutually beneficial deal. And of course, I did not reply. On YouTube, I discussed on my private account that a character called No BS Gamer fought ferociously with commenters, and while not claiming to be Digital Homicide initially, he eventually stated that he was an affiliate. The account was deleted when Jim Sterling became one of the YouTubers who got up to $1 million in legal backing. All of this was based on the behaviors of a person who James was an imposter. Fair enough, but why isn't he going after this imposter? Why me and all the rest? Why didn't Digital Homicide refute their relationship to this person who claimed to be affiliated? And he states, I have proof that this account existed and included it with this email, which he did include a variety of photo snips, which I believe I did forward on to Croco Scroll for this.
I did actually
Now,
get
have I
those, and all of those things are actually in the initial, it turned out to actually be in the filing, in the original lawsuit filing.
And okay, and I will also be uploading all of this to that Google Doc that I've linked in my video as well. Now, have I criticized Digihom? On occasion, yes. I have never made any accusations, mind you. I stopped criticizing them when I launched Tearfing Cycle on early access in April. My last interaction was a negative review on Starship Nova, a review I feel is justified as I paid for the game genuinely thinking it would be a decent side-scrolling shooter. I expressed my disdain and mentioned in a private forum that their habit of making excuses for shoddy craftsmanship, and that was it. I unsubbed and left most Steam groups the next day when I launched my game. The last stone was cast by Digital Homicide themselves. On the day of launch, Digital Homicide decided to take revenge upon me by going onto the forums and telling people I was a member of a hate group, that the game didn't work on the majority of systems, and deliberately attempting to sabotage the sale of my game. Now that is, there's a Steam community link, which I believe you actually showed earlier. I did what I could to maintain my, I did which is the statement that Digital Homicide made on his forum. Now, I did what I could to maintain my cool when trying to deal with the situation, I think, and I did a good job. Poop Gaming is just a group that monitors fraudulent greenlight activity. That's it. I was a member from December till about March or April. I stayed sub for a little while and interacted with other members on occasion. For the most part, that group monitors scams on greenlight, and that's it. The group is open. Anyone can come and go. Indeed, Digital Homicide was once a member. Anyone is allowed to join. When April 2016 came around and I left the group, I didn't see a benefit in being a member, and it posed a conflict of interest. I was now a developer. I came back to the group briefly when a friend coaxed me into it, but then left a week or so later. I don't know if I can tell what the group does is harassment. The reality is that it's just a bunch of passionate gamers who are at worst annoying little kids and at best highly critical. Some members are over the top, but the moderators do what they could to maintain order, and I think the members are mostly good people who are just sick of people cheating through Greenlight. I'm a gamer. I understand their passion. I cannot pay any witness to any true harassment, but I can say that the groups interested in conflict with the interested parties are many developers like Digital Homicide. So like I said, this one is a little lengthy. So what is scary is what Digital Homicide seeks. If you read the case, they are demanding our login times, IP addresses, mailing addresses, phone numbers, and more. With this information, there's nothing stopping them from doxing us other than a slow legal system that has proven ineffectual on these types of cases. The question I beg is, why do they need login times and IP addresses? These are not necessary for a lawsuit. Digital Homicide has accused me of using sock puppet accounts in the past. I don't. Demon Sword Games is the only Steam account I own. And so with this information, all they will get is confirmation that I'm just one person who has honestly done nothing outside of disliking one game they made. But my home address and my login schedule, that information can allow them to deduce my daily routine and schedule, and at that point, I have to fear for my physical well-being. When the dust settles, we'll have to move. In 3 years from now, when this is all history, what is to stop a bitter, angry man from Arizona driving up to my home with a shotgun? That might sound extreme, and it is, but look around you. This kind of stuff has happened already. Here's where it gets scarier. By James' own statement, he doesn't care if he gets 2 cents out of this. So what is his angle? Revenge. It's the only thing I can think of, really. And that's it.
That's it. Yep. And
which I think in the prayer statement there with people's Steam accounts getting deleted, that's very much what he's after, is just straight up revenge.
Well, unfortunately, revenge is not something that you can use the United States legal system for. In fact, committing revenge is actually a crime, as far as I know. Okay, so here is James's own words on the Digital Homicide website.
that the new site runs so much better than it did previously.
Yes, it does.
It does not nearly crash my browser.
That's true. It is actually a lot smoother. It's a lot lighter weight.
Yes, it is. Okay, but you still have to look at it like full screen if you want to do the thing. Okay, so and he speaks as follows. First, I'd like to briefly respond to Doug Lombardi's official statement about digital homicide and its owners. I'd like to give some context to his official statement. Valve has stopped doing business with digital homicide for being hostile to Steam customers. He did, in fact, say this. He said it to TechRaptor, and we also have that page. Right. Nope, that's not the one. Oh yes, here is a clippy to say remove store name. This is all of their games being poofed. So we're going to go back to this here. Okay, right back to it. We submitted. Let's see. Where was I there? What has actually transpired was the lack of resolution from Steam in regards to moderation of their platform, which might sound like a tough job to do, and it would be. But coming from a company that brags its profitability per employee is higher than Google, it just shows a reckless disregard for the well-being of their community for profits. We submitted numerous reports and sent multiple emails in regards to individuals making personal attacks, harassment, and more on not only us, but on other Steam customers who are actually interested in our products. The lawsuit was submitted in regards to a handful of Steam users that has been labeled by the media and now by Doug Lombardi's brackets a Valve representative statement as being hostile to Steam users, which in general is incorrect. The lawsuit recently filed is solely in regards to individuals where no resolution was able to be obtained from Steam to provide a safe environment for us to conduct business. You want a safe space. This is your claim. The sad part of it is you've already gone way over the side on the whole Anita on Fall Anita. You're full Sarkeesian at this point. What the hell do you think you're doing? And on top of that, you declared that everybody else on the fucking planet was liable. We just read this thing. Just read it. Not even 10 minutes ago. Let's see. By removing us for defending ourselves against harassment, Steam is openly stating you cannot defend yourself from examples like these. A comment from a Steam user who was reported a multitude of times with over 2,000 posts over 18 months that is never taken care of for ongoing harassment. You are indicting Steam. You are indicting Valve directly. Okay? And they give one here from Brandino, of all people. You claim that you had to deal with people. Let's see. A comment from a Steam user who was reported and never taken care of that harassed ongoing. No context here. We don't even have a username. You claim that you had to deal with people insulting you, saying they feel sorry for your kids for having a father like you. You may never see why, but they are legitimately sorry they have to put up with someone like you. That could very easily be. Here's another user flagged who was flagged that a moderator actually banned someone for disruptive behavior, but the original poster wants me to kill myself and mentions my family has a moderation flag. Okay? So what? You didn't name that guy.
Just saying, that's not a moderation flag, that's a reported discussion flag. Just saying.
Yeah.
Because moderators get a star and not a flag.
Yeah. A moderation flag. It means somebody reported it. And then ban details on somebody else. Here's the kicker. This is the fun part. I'm actually going to leave off the last little bit because it's them begging for money and I don't want to help them. When someone bothers you on a platform like Facebook and you find the need to ban them, the Facebook response after you ban it is, sorry, you had this experience, which is not a link. And then that person is removed from being able to post on your page. Well, okay, Facebook apologizes. Doesn't mean everybody has. They're all concerned with your fifis anyway, social justice thing. Steam's stance is that what just happened to us. By removing us, they have taken the stance that users have the right to harass me, tell me I should kill myself, and insult my family. If I try to defend myself against said actions, then I lose my family's income. And Reaper just had something to say to me. Okay, let me just. That's not what I wanted, but it's okay. I can do this anyway.
I would like to point out that Brandino's post was in the Digital Homicides Hoop forums, not anywhere. They'd have to.
They would
not
have to be a
directed
member
at
there.
them.
It wasn't directed
Yeah.
at them. They were just happened to be members and having seen it. By removing us, let's see. If I try to defend myself against said actions, then I lose my family's income. Card sales! If it wasn't for 2 years of dealing with Steam on a regular basis, this disgusting stance would seem shocking to me. The only thing that prevented me seeking legal counsel for a long list of breaches of contracts, interference with business, and antitrust issues was the fear of losing my family's income. Since that has been taken away, I am seeking legal representation. And then they say they have all sorts of fun. Then they repeat their thing about having loads and loads of. And then they ask legal counsel to contact them at email address on screen. Now, I'm gonna see. This is the thing. You have now declared that you intend, if I'm reading this correctly, that you intend to sue Steam for breach of contract, amongst other things. So I'll
Yes.
be very interested in seeing that filing. We'll do this again then, almost for certain. And here is one. Here's okay.
They call this organized documentation. You saw the attachments for the lawsuit? Yeah. Okay.
Some
by
of
the
them
way,
were virtually unreadable. I know.
Yeah, exactly. And
Actually-
there's
they
a
don't
new
even can count.
hashtag. A new hashtag, Gamergate 2016.
Yeah, that fits.
Okay.
Attachment 60 and 61 are both named 60. So good luck finding out which of those two they actually mean. And
Brandino's response
we
to
don't even
digital.
have a user left.
Here is Brandino's response to Digital Homicide's little website stunt here. Actually, I never said I wanted to murder everyone who made this game. I said I wanted to murder everyone responsible for this. By responsible, I mean responsible for getting it greenlit, which are the bundle idiots and the blind voters who blindly vote for whatever crap game they see on Greenlight just because they got promised free stuff. I also didn't expect DigiHome to read that post since it was in the group's forums, and you'd have to be a group member in order to see it. That means DigiHome were the ones that stalked us, not the other way around. It's in fact super easy to find their Facebook pages since they linked their GoFundMe campaign on their website, and James Romine's Facebook page is linked to that campaign. So once you're at his Facebook page, we already know that his brother is named Robert because he said so in the interview. And all you have to do is look on James's friend list, and not only will you find the name Robert Romine, you'll also find that it says founder of Digital Homicide LLC. So they basically just gave us all their personal information and claimed that we were stalking them. That is actually a thing that I have been saying the entire stream. Okay.
About the post on their page of the user, I think I remember that was posted in a game of Digital Homicide, and they reported that user because that user is also not a member of our group. So the ban reasons and the discussion they posted is from their own forum,
Right.
not from the group. So that has nothing to do with us at all.
Yep.
So they're accusing us of doing stuff we never did. So yeah, I will call my lawyer tomorrow and show him that stuff and
watch him laughing
let's
right
see
out of the room.
he will piss himself, I guess. And I will try to take legal actions against Digital Homicide for a few things. And if I can do stuff against them, I will rip them apart for good now because, yeah, they pissed me and a lot of users on Steam off for a long time now. And I was just waiting for this move of them because yeah, that was
It was
not a
pretty
smart
much
move,
inevitable.
and I have a lawyer. I have a lawyer, and I can pay him.
This is Rami Ismail. He had something positive to say. As developers are basically required to engage in an uncontrollable environment that can be incredibly hostile, toxic, and aggressive. Well, yes, but that's the way it is when you
Yeah.
put any product in the public eye. Now this is archive.is. You can go look at it there. Of his Twitter. There's more than this. Let's see. Motherboard. Valve bans game publisher after it sues players that gave it bad reviews. Let's see. VG247. This is all stuff that came up in response to Sid's original video. And I do encourage you to go look at that because it's actually kind of fun. He said, well, that escalated quickly. All right. Yeah.
There have been a large number of larger publications that have picked this video up and have run with it, and the reputable ones at least have even been so kind as to credit my channel for the original posting. Note Kotaku did not, but Kotaku ran an article on this as well. I got word today that Yahoo ran an article. There's the two publications that he posted there, that he showed there. There's also a article in relation to The Escapist, I believe, somewhere. NeoGAF postings. Yeah, this thing is literally all over the internet now.
Yeah.
So hopefully,
and no one is in favor of DigiHom.
Yeah, and hopefully with all of this massive wave of press that has been coming through, hopefully this will put even more pressure on Valve to act to protect their consumers.
The way I see it, they're going to move to squash. They're going to move to quash those. They're going to move to quash those, which is actually pretty much the way things work here. All right. Okay. Okay. The rules are no death threats, and that includes mentions of them. Yeah, probably. We don't want to give them any more reason than we already have to get to sue us. Hold on.
Yep, there's no reason for death threats or anything like that. No reason to bring family or children into any of it. This is they're wanting to make this a legal issue, so it needs to be made a legal issue.
If you're going to go bug them now, don't drag their family into it, please. Let's actually stick to what's actually going on.
I have already gave us good spanking here.
Okay. I'm going
I would say though.
I'm going to invite briefly NBC Company X to join us in the chat after you're done with what you're going to say there, Drakmar. So that he says he wants to explain one simple thing. So go ahead, Drak. Carry on.
I was just going to say though about the family thing. My sympathy does go out for their children, because long after this is done, the internet does not forgive and forget, and the children are going to have to live with this legacy that they've been left with, regardless of the outcome of this.
Okay. Regardless of outcome, they're going to be, and all of their parents are going to be on the internet. All right, let's have NBC Company X in here. He says he's going to...
Change of the last name is a good idea, I guess.
Yeah, probably. It might be a start. And NBC Company X should be in just a moment.
But seriously, though, death threats and real harassment like that is just never
cool. Don't do that. Don't do that, folks. Let me just grab something else here. Here is the civil cover sheet. And filed as an attachment to the complainer notice of removal. There we go. We got this, and that's pretty much everything else that they need. I'm not gonna go down here. I'm not gonna do page 2 because it's just an envelope cover, suggesting that it was received. and has an address on it that I do not wish to reveal at this time for reasons that should be clear. Okay, so that's that bit. And this here had issues the request for foreign subpoena in regards to early discovery of the defendants who were all of anonymous nature. The plaintiff has shown good cause for discovery for this cause of action. Hereby ordered that the party's request for early discovery is granted. Therefore, furthermore, the party's request for subpoena of anonymous defendants' identification and associated data is hereby granted. Okay, and that's against everybody that they could possibly want.
That's against Valve, and that's filed by the court. So the court has granted permission for the subpoena.
Right.
Which means this is a real thing, and it's in Valve's court now. Which, by the sounds of things, I don't have any direct confirmation yet, but by the sounds of it, Valve will be fighting this.
Well,
but I can't confirm it. 100%.
Well, honestly, they're going to have to, or they're going to get, or the customers are going to hammer them. They're going to have what they're going to wind up with is a bunch of keys that are purchased on places like Green Man Gaming or GOG, or Humble, that are then cashed in on Steam. And Steam will still have to maintain the servers while making a third of what they would normally. So that's going to affect their bottom line in a significant way. All right then, NBC Company X, you said you had something to say.
Yeah. About what was being said about everybody being on the side of the users. There is. I may have talked about it on the group. An article, now I will send you it, which, let's say the truth, it tries to manipulate how the truth is.
Mm-hmm.
And now it should be coming. It's in Italian, so we have to explain you.
Well, actually, what we're gonna do, I'm gonna make this a little easier for you. I realize the website you sent me is in Italian. I'm gonna get a basic translation.
But the fact remains that at the end, I mean, this website I linked to you. I mean, just look at how many words I've written on it, really. I mean, seriously. And the comments, of course, because really, they got into very being. I mean, some are even actually defending digital homicide.
Mm-hmm. There are people doing that, and it's really silly. I'm not sure.
No, but you know the fact.
They are free to do that.
No, isn't only that. Isn't only that, Lord. It's even that. I should remind you in part about that other game I talked to you. It's even because they loved some. I mean, there was even some YouTubers that loved. I don't want to make names because here the drama is out of control. Really, here in Italy, just now we had a problem with the server against almost everybody because of the game. Anyway, the fact remains that if you see how it's written, it's poorly written. I suppose the translation may be giving it a little bit of sense.
Yeah.
I mean, no, but the fact that, seriously, sometimes, I mean, now it looks all okay, but before, oh God, how toxic it was. How toxic.
Yeah, well, it's not going to get much better, unfortunately. At this point, we're just waiting for Valve. We're going to wind up waiting for Valve to crush them. And
yeah, I hope that.
Because they've actually just been deliberately defamatory towards Valve.
Because you are talking about limoncello, not lemon. We don't drink lemon.
Scusi.
Italian lemon.
Oh.
Yep. Okay. So, yeah, that's pretty much the story at this point. What?
Oh, limonata then. Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah, it was
I
it.
think you were talking about something alcoholic.
No, sorry.
Yeah, no, we're actually okay at this point, folks. I'm going to remind all of you folks to, if you like what we're doing, please like, subscribe, comment on the video if you like. Once it comes up here, once the final version comes up here in a couple of hours, I will not be editing. It takes it's gonna take that long. It's gonna take that long just to render out a 4.5 hour video, so that's kind of a be aware. There are a pile of links at the bottom of the description. Do feel free to peruse those and check them out. Abuse them as you see fit. Well, to a point. The PayPal, Patreon links, all that sort of nifty noises down there. There is also a link to my Twitch channel. I will add a link to SidAlpha's channel in the near future.
Yeah.
In the foreseeable future. Some other happy stuff. Do feel free to hit the subscribe button because it does work really good, as Sid likes to say to people.
If you don't mind, if we could extend it out for just a few more minutes, just in case anyone had any other direct questions they wanted.
Absolutely, Q&A. It is in fact Q&A
we are
time.
still 44 in the live stream. I suppose there must be a question somewhere.
Absolutely. Let's have a look. Okay, chat. Any questions for you guys?
Anyway, consider that I'm still watching on Twitter. And oh my God, the reaction.
All right. Let's. Since Sid has made a reasonable request, let's go ahead and do that. Any questions from the chat? We will see what we can do about fielding them. No, we are not lawyers. We already said so. We did invite one, but he never actually.
Oh, yeah, there is a question.
Okay, we have a question. Do you see any way digital homicide can fix their reputation?
Make good games. Make good games and put them in a place where everybody can see them. As for Steve's question,
listen. I doubt that digital homicide will recover this. I doubt it. I don't think so.
Well, I don't think there is either, but they could try if they were willing to put forward that kind of an effort. Do I think that this community can start a GoFundMe to defend the Steam users being targeted, get some legal defense? Yes, I think that will actually be something that we can do. I was
actually going to recommend something about that. I was going to hold off actually to see what actually happened with Valve, because if Valve crushes this, or if Valve overturns or refutes the subpoena, then this lawsuit can't go anywhere, literally, because they won't have any information on the individual people involved. So there's no reason to get super worried or scared about it yet. But if that information is divulged, then by all means, yes, I would highly recommend getting a GoFundMe set up, because everyone is being sued as a group. You can defend yourselves as a group, and I would definitely recommend doing so.
Yeah, the problem would even affect who doesn't live in the US.
NBC, let me let him in on the plan here. Okay, my current plan at this point is to go ahead, is to actually get things underway. I'm going to be I actually got contact with the lawyer in question, and I will be seeing what I can do about getting their firm. A firm that a great number of you have heard of, but they haven't accepted or not. We haven't actually discussed we're going to do that discussion, however, and then setting up a GoFundMe to whatever tune that they suggest would be necessary to cover everyone that is currently mentioned, and those that can be and those that will be added at a later time. I'm going to have that conversation with
Lord,
them, and
but,
I will set up the GoFundMe. Let me know.
Listen, wait a The problem is we aren't talking about
Yeah,
100.
I've been working on that. No, Kickstarter doesn't do Kickstarter. No, Mr. Jackson, Kickstarter doesn't do that. They will not permit that, or
Anyway, there was
GoFundMe is.
even another question that I took note of that. I will tell it later.
But yeah, I'm going to see what I can do about a GoFundMe if we have here probably in the next few days. We start building up. We still start building up funds in a GoFundMe account for that. Probably going to be tomorrow or Tuesday. Probably tomorrow or Wednesday. I have things to do on Tuesday. I probably won't even be online much at all during that period of time. But I'm going to see what I can do in the next few days to set up the GoFundMe. Sid, if you will join me for making the video for that, that would be brilliant. We can get the GoFundMe started, and then if we wind up not needing it, then we can.
Steve, I already take note
Then
of
we will
the
figure out. Then we
question
will
you
figure
made.
out something that we can do. We can do with that money, whether it be refunded back to the people who donated or whatever. But yeah, that's something we are absolutely 130% planning on doing. Please keep an eye on my channel, folks, because the video in question will be posted there when it comes up, and it will be posted to the GoFundMe page. So, Sid, sometime in the next couple days we need to get together if you are willing and make that video happen.
Absolutely.
By the way, there's another interesting question. If Digital Homicide would contact you for an interview, would you do that?
Absolutely, 130%.
Yes.
We have made that statement several times already.
Wait.
Yeah, I've already invited them multiple times over the course of the past 6 months to a year.
I would talk about Digital Homicide and Jim Sterling interview.
Please invite me if the Romines want to do that.
Okay, if you wish to donate to the channel, part of which would probably wind up going into that GoFundMe, do please. There's a PayPal link down below. Of course, Patreon, because probably nobody's interested. I will see what I can do about getting a hold of Philip DeFranco.
Barker, I doubt that FUPA could get involved in this case.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I can always. It wouldn't kill me to ask FUPA. We could do that.
Yeah, but I mean, I remember that FUPA in part occupies about only YouTube problem. Maybe I am confused because seriously, the news already here are confusing. I mean, about the news comes with some time cut, as I saw you in the link. I mean,
for those.
The only difficulty with FUPA is overwhelmed right now, so I don't know how helpful they would be capable of being.
Even that problem.
You know, since I'm part of the leadership of that group, and Ghana is already in that lawsuit, and yeah, those 100 members are kind of my people in quotes. I will definitely get in contact with my lawyer, and that is a VIP lawyer who got out a lot of people everybody knows. I won't say any names now, but they have been all guilty, and no one got jail time. So yeah, that's one of the best lawyers you can get in Germany. And yeah, I'm in Germany. That's also the reason why I'm not in the lawsuit, I guess. And since I know everybody or most of the names on that list, a lot of them are not even located in the USA. So they cannot sue all the 100 people because
yes, they
maybe...
can. Yes, as a matter of fact, they can. We did cover that very early in the stream. Another thing that I am going to do here is
it's a federal one.
Why did they miss me? Damn it! I don't get it.
They wanted. I think they've named the first 11 so that they could get a so that they could get some people to do things, to make sure they could actually make their case before they started hammering on the rest of us. Now, since the civil charges have been brought up in a U.S. court, the U.S. court has jurisdiction. However, suing people does require court hearings in whatever country those people have to be sitting in, and I'm pretty sure we can cover that too.
Now, here's a thought. If, let's say if, in some weird world this happens, Valve gives into the subpoena, and we actually have to defend ourselves, could we countersue? You know, I'm hearing a lot of vexatious litigation and anti-slap laws in Arizona. Could we do stuff with that?
I mean, at the end, we even noticed that between Jim Sterling case and this one, the matters are almost the same. So it's a copy-paste case.
Okay.
It's definitely a possibility, but for something like that, you would have to ask an attorney directly.
Yes, I would recommend doing that regardless. We're going to try and get one legal firm to represent everybody, at least on this side of the pond. And we're going to see what we can do about getting all this stuff dealt with. That being said, I will actually be making a playlist out of this one video. I'm going to break it into pieces and get that up so that it's actually a little more reasonable. But at the moment, I'm going to need to.
Yeah, because at the end we almost did 5 hours. No.
Okay.
4.
At this point, we're going to have to I'm going to have to wander off here. I have some stuff that I must get done. So, this is not a way to make games fun again, and we need to do that, people. All right.
Yeah. You need to crush somebody.
We truly have an international audience. Don't forget to like, subscribe, donate if you want to.
Yeah.
All that kind of nifty thing. And at least
Thanks for the stream.
And at least some of that will go to helping out the GoFundMe when it is posted, and periodically thereafter. But let us move on now and go on about our days. But in the meantime, I'm going to say be safe, be sane, and let's make games fun again.
Don't